in the initial cohort. Now she is program manager at Bitcoin Babies, responsible for curating the curriculum, coordinating guest speakers, and managing daily operations. Please put your hands together and give Evelyn a warm welcome.
Hello. Hi. Okay, my name is Evelyn Wanjibo from Kenya. I'm running Bitcoin Babies. So my journey with Bitcoin Babies started at a time where I really needed help. I had my third baby and I was going through postpartum depression. And you would ask, I have like it's the third baby, why postpartum depression? I also didn't understand because at that time I was alone. So went through the journey alone became so bad that at that time I needed support. So for me, when baby started, like I needed a group of moms to to help me with the journey. So during my visit, my clinic visits, I saw a flyer which my babies and asked, what is this? At that time, I had scrolled through online looking for a space where I could fit in. So here comes a flyer, but I didn't see the Bitcoin part at first. I was like, this is motherhood, this is what I need. So for me, at first going to Bitcoin Babies, I just wanted a space I could fit in. So looking at the flyer, I was like, this is where I need to belong. So I asked for the information. Then they said, they told me about the program, and I was so happy because that's what I was searching for. And at least now it's not online, it's physical. So we met with the moms. At first we were 10 moms. So they took us through the program, and I saw like this is it. So we went, the program runs like they take us through motherhood, mental health, nutrition, everything a mother needs. So we went through the program, and that's where they brought in the Bitcoin part, financial part, like you can be free. It's not like a must you borrow money. You can have your money. So every week they were given $5 for that Bitcoin. You get to spend or you spend to diapers, to milk for the kids. So we give them $5 every week. Now this is the program I run. I'm a mom, and I'm proud to take through the moms the experience I got. So we ended the program, the first program, I was there. Then there came a chance, like they needed a program manager, and here I was. I applied and got the, the chance to be a program manager. So I'm a proof of motherhood. So the program runs. We are in the second cohort. It's 12 months, March through March. So we take moms, like we enroll 10 moms, take them through the program for a period of 12 months, empower them. And recently, we came up with this book. It's called The Sovereign Mother, meaning it's a free woman. So the book is it's a program. Like now you don't have like you're not clueless. Like you get a child and you're clueless. What am I supposed to do? You don't know how to change diapers, you don't know what to give them. Like this is the manual. We came up with a manual. It's easy. We have recipe, we have financial education for Bitcoin. So this is a manual. Make sure to pass by our booth, and you can donate or buy a needy mom for the book. It's a nice book. Make sure you read it. So I'm a founder, Naomi and Ramon. They're not here. We plan the program, the curriculum for the mothers throughout the year. Then through the education part, we've taught them about mental health, finances. Some of them put up businesses and we encourage them to be free financially, like they can take care of their kids without depending on anyone. And now, if like you have a business, you get to implement Bitcoin in it, so you like join our circular economy. So it improves their lives a lot. I've seen the first group of men we've had, I've seen them grow, and we are still a community. We meet sometimes, we talk. They are looking at me right now. They're proud of me being here. And I'm also proud of myself. Bitcoin Babies has really helped me a lot. I didn't know I could stand on a stage like this. So the program has really helped, and we are continuing helping other women. So you can donate. We have stickers there. You'll come know more about Bitcoin Babies. And my journey is a proof that motherhood, it's a proof of motherhood. Like I'm here, the first time I'm in South Africa. I can't believe it. Yeah, I get to travel. So Bitcoin and motherhood, it's something, it's a good thing. Like if you could have found me 2 years ago and told me I could be here, I would have just told you're joking. But I'm here, proof, I'm proof that it works. So find us there, we'll talk, and that's it.
Awesome, Evelyn. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Bitcoin takes you places. Huh? Bitcoin changes you. Okay, guys. We were late, and now we're 10 minutes early. So I think it's going to be lunch break at 12:30. So if you want to run to another stage to get the last bit of it, you can. Otherwise, grab some lunch. I think we continue again 1:10 with the schedule.
Yeah, and guys, again, if anyone has any questions, you can ask us in terms of practical things at the conference. Always buying food. Yeah, so hope you guys enjoyed everything so far.
Thank you.
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized that the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If you are a government system that says we are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better. If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If you are a government system that says you are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you've got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it can be transformative.
We're doing over here. I'm going to tell you. You what? You're here for the afternoon speakers run at Martin. Martin. Do you have everything you need for presentations and stuff? I'm just checking now. I'm just checking them for the afternoon. You already know if there's something missing? Uh, yeah, yeah. When I see this man, whenever I see this man, That was later in the afternoon. Yeah, that's at 3:50.
18, what? 18 slides, right?
I don't know about the number of slides.
I mean, like from your side, the one that you sent, you can check with the one you sent before you go, so that.
I didn't send anything. I'm just trying to make sure whether you have all the presentations, or is there anything missing? Do I have to chase someone down?
I have to check. I have to check with you before you go, so that when you're on stage, I don't want you feel like what happened now when she was like, but I couldn't see like.
Do we have the next one already?
Yeah, I do have the next
Practical
one.
adoption.
That's
Benjamin.
yeah, Benjamin. Yeah.
That's there. Okay.
Hello. I'm not thinking. 2 o'clock, I'm having a presentation. 2 o'clock. So I already submitted my slides. So, but I just edited them. So I'm assembling the slide that I just.
This is a bit crazy. I
edited.
didn't expect it. I didn't
Mr.
expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
More inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go.
Things that
If you are a government system that says you are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who
Get them more
Many
again after
ethnicities,
this.
many
No,
religions, doesn't matter.
how many?
Bitcoin is
These
what
are 10.
brings us
I just
together
added
because we
one slide.
believe that by fixing the
So
money,
these are 11.
we can fix the world or make it at least
9 of our
significantly
This is
better.
10. This is
If you want grassroots
So
adoption, if you want ground
no, we can
level
check
adoption,
starting
you
from
got to
1.
start from
This
the
is
ground,
1, right?
and this is where we are
2,
starting. We are starting
3,
from ground level.
4.
And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
Before this, I added
And integrated
before
what
this.
is happening
I
on
added
the
a slide
ground,
before
what is
this.
the proof of work,
9.
what has happened within the
Yes.
last year, 3 years, from these different institutions
Okay.
and people.
And also, is it after doing this line, I want to play a video.
Well, it'll be transformative.
Is it on the slide or no? It's not on the slide. Is that going to be a problem? Why are you sleeping at the door? Did you get it? That's what it is. So that's the thing. Did you tell also the guy when you upload?
And then I told him, so he said, I have to go to the technical. Yeah, the technique. Yeah, that's. What are you doing? No. I have not uploaded the new ones. Oh, those are the same ones.
Okay, you can upload.
Oh, I can upload them. Okay, now. So about the video.
No, the thing is, I have to open up another. But for me, you see, I'll be. Your video must be on. Can't you put it there
On a PDF, it's like
no, I but change it also not to be PDF, like for it to be. Okay, you can just send it to me now. Then I will change it to presentation.
because no,
Then we add the video there.
when we do doing the slides, we use the PowerPoint first. The presentation became
Okay, let me show you. Right. Yeah, this one. This is PowerPoint. This is a PowerPoint.
that's
That's what I'm saying. This is the last one that I changed to PowerPoint.
you see. Go back. You see.
But I was thinking maybe if we can do this, then I can create a slide, then we add the paper. It will take time.
Take them. So I cannot just send you. I play after presenting. I play the video.
How many minutes?
5 minutes.
So you just to make sure that you did 15.
No, I'm doing 10, then 5. Then come in.
Okay, you can send. Do you have the flash? The flash on your. Because once I start, I'm not even allowed. Because it will be making noise for people. It will be making noise for people who are like. So you have to better bring it down. What about the new one? What? Yeah, I did the thing. No, sorry, I just did it now. I was about to tell you.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Are you still live?
Yeah, I'm still live.
Okay, keep it like that.
Okay, so now I just.
Yeah, just keep it like that.
But I just stopped recording so that when.
How do you get your presentation in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just simple.
No, I know it's simple. I know how to do it, but it's not working there. So I just want to see. It's not working.
No, I just told him. Then I told him like.
Okay, so make it clear.
Which one? The PDF one.
It doesn't matter which.
Okay.
It doesn't matter which presentation. I just want to see because he.
Yeah.
He's not getting it in.
Uh, like this one that display you are just. Ah no, this is not the one.
So if you want to present this to PDF, you need to bring it in. That's what I
Oh,
want.
like this.
No, not like that. That is what you created.
Oh.
But I need to.
Okay, I just come here. Then I say. Then I'll be opening it like here. Which one can I open? Yes. Okay, so like here, right? It was already the feed is sending them. Then I'll do this. Then I'll come back again here. You see already here it's already there on the screen.
Okay, let me try it again.
Okay, let me come. The what? So you are the MC.
So they send the speakers to you to hand out the microphone.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And the clicker thing. There. Okay, cool.
And there's the microphone.
Perfect. So next one is already here.
Yeah. And I'm ready. I'll just
What is that here? Finish dealing with that first. Finish dealing with that first. And one more. Wow. How the issue here is that the one who made the transaction was not aware what the transaction is. So that's what happened. So are you also into Bitcoin? So you were never, what? So you only here for just a technical support. So you've never been interested in Bitcoin like you? At all? Why not? You feel like this is how I live.
sitting here, pressing the screen. Like most of the times I won't be like, yeah, if I finish at 5, I have to go to another gig. Oh my god. Nope. That can never be me.
Good man, can I presentation video?
Yeah.
Remember earlier I spoke to you about those videos I want to play?
Oh, me, what?
Yeah, I have it. I have those videos, but they're not going to. Are you busy?
No, if you get busy. So, you are like that. You know?
Fuck, I'll see you.
Because I'm also on the money.
Presentations, I mean, so my presentation is videos. How do we? Because do I add the video to the Google?
Yeah, but like a small HDMI.
No, so what I can do is I just go, I connect to the internet here, and I can just upload it to the Blink drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. What I was just thinking, you can upload them here. Then I'm gonna look for HDMI cable.
I don't have it.
For this, I can get this one. Let me ask those guys. Then we can play your video coming from this side. But I won't be able to watch it. No, you can upload them
Try this.
Yeah, you can upload them on the Google.
W7.
No, it's ABCT 26.
Anyway.
The W guest, 17 guest.
This one?
Yeah.
The first one?
Yeah. The username with ABCT 26.
I think it's just connected.
Oh, it's just connected?
Yeah. Access code.
It's not supposed to be like that. Can I see? Which one?
W17 secure.
Yeah. Wait.
That's right. I think I know. You said W17?
Yeah.
Other networks. It is this one.
Yeah, that's one. No.
I mean, that's what it says then.
No, not this one. If you have got a key, not this one. This one is open.
It must be this one.
No, it's not that one.
Are you sure? Because that's what it says there.
Okay, let me check here.
Yeah, okay. I think it is this one.
So, did you have to remove that one that you upload? So, but the reason then you upload because I know the how he makes those like I send him an email. Or you send him via email. Okay, so you tell him to remove that one, then you tell him to remove that one, the old one, then you upload the new one that you said. So I need to send him. How do I upload it? You send it through email. Yes, send him a message through email and tell him to delete the old one. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so it's working.
Yeah, so you can upload the one that.
So upload it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. So it's these two.
Yeah, I think it's very impossible. Because that's how, because that's what he did. like he wanted to initially like create but so
Okay, that's the first one.
yeah, which is kind of like a very a long shot solution. That's a long shot way. There is there's a solution that's currently an open solution.
Okay, so they should be in there now. And should I then, so I'm going to go to my presentation and just change the link to the link here. So if I go here and I go insert, let me just remove the insert video. That should be in there now. Google Drive. You see, but I don't have access to.
You can go to my then you can.
So yeah, so it's here they are. The videos are here. Paying parking tickets. Wait, so if I go share, copy link. So that's from the slide, and I paste it in here. See, it's only taking me. I paste your. Oh.
Two guys having a conversation.
Me and him. Probably me and you.
Both of you, yes. We know we would just the mic.
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If you are a government system that says we are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.
What? You uploaded it now.
The on the flash drive, I gave you audio. Don't play on YouTube.
Oh, I know it's not on live. It's only.
It's not live. Yeah. But if it goes live, don't play on YouTube.
Yeah, I just yeah on live. It's empty. It's only this one. Uh,
Is the audio okay now?
yeah, the audio is so good. Where is it? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. What? This is the one that I have.
I haven't uploaded your video yet because you're still sending it to me. So what are we chatting about?
This is the one that I have.
Did you just receive?
Oh, okay. It would be in the main speakers. Google Drive. You emailed me earlier
Maybe
for
they are
me to
uploading
upload.
both items.
I did already. But
you asked me and you asked again the not sure if I'll go double check it out.
yeah, the time difference would be obvious. But day one, I did upload it to separate days. As long as it's fine. If I see him, I'll also chat to him and say already on there. Thanks, Nathaniel.
Sending it to our document.
Well, I mean, yeah, but let them tell me what the email address is. Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Well, it's a couple. To reset. Have you done? You also can also do things that don't next one. Because how many team members is also have to be here. These guys, no contact, it's all natural. We have all. It's already, you want to double E. Then we've got basically that holy shit. We're not even in any guys. How is it breathing forward? Oh, that's because it's on the part. It's stuck. The thing changed.
Can I get the microphone and the clicker?
Wait,
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more.
That's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If you are a government system that says we are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.
Ready for you.
Hello. All right.
Live stream working? What? Yeah.
You guys want to move a little bit closer, maybe? I think this is way for it. It's something you feel like from the
Okay. So we're going to move from Africa to the rest of the world now with Benjamin de Waal. You say de Waal? Yeah. It was confusing because Benjamin's a world citizen and Dutch background, but in South Africa it's easy to say de Waal, but it's the same thing. Benjamin, an anarchist since 1990, since the 1990s, Bitcoiner since 2010, copper OG, currently CTO of Musket Limited, focused on bringing Bitcoin as a medium of exchange to the masses. Give a round of applause to Benjamin de Waal.
All right, thanks very much. Hopefully this will be some slides coming up. If not, I'll just be talking to you, but there should be some slides to go along with it. There we go. All right, so I want to talk about practical merchant adoption. And I call this talk practical merchant adoption a global approach because merchant adoption tends to be kind of different in different places. You know, if you travel around the world, the way that merchants adopt Bitcoin is a bit different. And if you kind of differ based on the different economies, the different complexities within those countries, the different legal frameworks, the different regulations. So practical merchant adoption tends to be a kind of flexible thing. The very first ever time Bitcoin was used in commerce that we know of, who knows, the entire history, a lot of stuff happens without even seeing. But the first time we know of was when a guy named Laszlo bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin. He posted online, hey, I've got a bunch of this Bitcoin and I want to start using it. Let's use Bitcoin as money. That's what it's supposed to be, so let's do it. I've got 10,000 Bitcoin, I'm going to bought 2 pizzas to my house. So somebody did. They ordered him $200 pizzas and he sent them 10,000 Bitcoin and the first commerce was done. 10,000 Bitcoin is worth quite a lot now. But so lots of people talk about it and say, I'm worried about spending Bitcoin, I'm worried about using Bitcoin in commerce because the value of it's going to go up. And now I don't have the Bitcoin that I used to have because I spent it on things. But that's actually the wrong way of looking at it. Did Laszlo really give up 10,000 Bitcoin? Actually, he did. But what he really gave up was the value of 10,000 Bitcoin, which at the time was about the value of 2 Bitcoin. He could have easily offered somebody else $40 to, said, I'll give you $40 if you give me 10,000 Bitcoin, and somebody else would have done it, because that's what it was worth at the time. So the opportunity cost of spending Bitcoin isn't really a big deal. The opportunity cost of spending Bitcoin is the exact same as the opportunity cost of spending fiat that you could have exchanged for Bitcoin but didn't. So there is really no big problem with adopting Bitcoin for merchants, or no big problem with the idea of spending Bitcoin. So the picture here, it's a bit hard to see on this, but that was my daughter about, I think when she was 10 or 11, using Bitcoin to buy some bread rolls at a bakery in the town. Bitcoin has been used by merchants since around 2013 was when it really started kicking off. In 2011 we had people like WikiLeaks and WordPress and Reddit accepted Bitcoin back in 2011. It was around 2013, 2014 that merchants really started kicking off and accepting Bitcoin for daily commerce. So things like buying bread rolls and so a merchant, what does it mean? There's a bunch of different ways you can imagine adopting Bitcoin. You can imagine that around practical merchant adoption. One of the first things that kind of springs up in everyone's mind is the idea of the financial regulations, things like taxes. How do I deal with taxes when I accept Bitcoin in return for goods and services? If I'm a business, chances are I can't just kind of pretend it doesn't happen. Maybe a small business could probably sort of sell a few things under the table for Bitcoin and nobody's really going to notice. But when you get to the bigger companies, they're not going to do that. It's just not a practical thing that merchants can do. Is just sell a few things under the table for Bitcoin. They really need to deal with the entire regulatory side of things, and that gets really complicated by the fact that it's different in every single country. So the regulatory frameworks tend to be different. Is Bitcoin treated as money, or is Bitcoin treated as an asset? When you exchange Bitcoin you get Bitcoin in return for goods and services, is there some kind of capital gains tax associated with it when you then convert it back into a fiat currency, if you ever do so? How long? In Germany, for example, it's 2 years for a private individual, but unlimited for a business. That after when capital gains tax no longer applies. Some countries don't have capital gains tax at all. Some countries they do, but it doesn't apply to Bitcoin. So there's all these kind of annoying questions that you have to deal with. So that's one of the worries that merchants have. Another one, of course, is the exchanging thing. Do I hold it? Do I sell it? And then what are the implications around that? Another concern they have is the problem with cost. So if I want to accept Bitcoin, it's going to probably cost me something. I'm going to have to set up some kind of infrastructure. Maybe there's some tooling. Quite a few of the people you see accepting Bitcoin, I noticed downstairs, they've got those nice little card terminal devices. Those things aren't free. You can borrow them. But, if I'm going to accept Bitcoin in my store, do I have to buy one of those? Is it worth it for me to buy one of those? Do I sell enough things for Bitcoin to justify having one of those devices? Or do I just run some software on my phone? But if I just run some software on my phone, there's all the security concerns. If I'm running a wallet on my phone and then I give it to one of my employees, can they steal my money? How do I know if they stole my money or not? So there's all of these other kind of security questions. The biggest problem though for merchant adoption is most merchants really don't care about accepting Bitcoin. Most merchants just say, why should I accept Bitcoin? I don't care. I personally like orange pilling merchants. It's a thing that I do. I love going into stores and saying, do you accept Bitcoin? And they say no. And I say, okay, bye. And I walk out. Then I come back maybe a couple of days later. Hey, do you accept Bitcoin? No? Okay, bye. A few days after that, I go back and say, do you accept Bitcoin? They say, I'm that guy who's been in here a couple of times already. Like, well, yeah, and if you don't accept Bitcoin, I'm not buying anything from you. I'm sure a few other people won't as well. And maybe after a while they get sick of it and they start accepting Bitcoin. But that approach doesn't stay. Trying to convince people after a while they should accept Bitcoin. I can explain to them why they should accept Bitcoin. I think everyone in this room knows we want to hold Bitcoin. We expect the merchants should want to hold Bitcoin as well for the same reasons that we do. It's good money. It's better money. But if they don't know that, why should they care? So that leads to a lot of problems with trying to increase merchant adoption. Going in an orange billing merchant on a personal basis doesn't scale. It's not a scalable approach. You're not going to orange bill the entire world that way. You're certainly not going to get the big companies like Amazon and Tesla Motors. They're sort of on and off again as far as the coincidence goes. You're not going to get those kinds of companies by just walking in. So I've spent the last couple of years doing nothing but focusing on merchant adoption. That's basically been my life for the last couple of years. Figuring out what are the barriers, how do we get around those barriers, how do we fix it. And I'm happy to say I'm the CTO of a company called Musket who are doing exactly that. So this presentation is largely about Musket, but I promise you it's not an ad for Musket. I really want to actually explain what we're doing and why, because I would like to see more competition. I want to see people doing the same things that we're doing, because I think that's just good for all of us. The more Bitcoin gets adopted, the better it is for everyone. So Musket is a company which does Bitcoin adoption, and we do it by offering a single interface for purchasing goods and services. We are a payment processor. We create online portals, we create card machines, we have a single integrated back-end full EPOS system, and all of it is your bog standard, very accepted payment industry standard stack. That includes Visa acceptance, MasterCard acceptance, American Express acceptance, and Bitcoin acceptance in one system. So, how many, I'm going to actually just ask you, how many of you have walked into a store and you know they accept Bitcoin and you say, yeah, I'd like to pay with Bitcoin. And for some reason, you can't. They say something like, yeah, the machine's not working, or the boss has that on his phone and I don't know how to use it, or any of those other kinds of things. That is never an excuse when there's a single device that's on the front screen and pay with Bitcoin and pay with card right there. So by putting Bitcoin as a first position right beside the fiat payments on the same system, the same front end, the same back end, it removes all of those barriers. It removes all of those questions. Do I have to have a separate thing? Do I have to handle all of my accounting differently? No, it's all one system, so they can handle it as one system. Very little training required for the merchants, of course, because it's the card machine they use every single day. Again, this arrow is not clicking. Sorry, can you do something with the clicker? There we go. So a lot of people try to solve that problem by building separate systems. So you've got your fiat acceptance on one side, you've got your Bitcoin acceptance on the other. But really, that doesn't scale well. So it works. You can walk into a place and say, I'd like to go with Bitcoin, and they'll have two machines. They'll have their Bitcoin acceptance device and their card acceptance device, and it'll work. But a couple of weeks later, that Bitcoin acceptance device is under the counter with its batteries running out because not enough people are walking in and asking to pay with Bitcoin. So the only realistic way to solve the problem is to remove the barrier between the two and simply bring it all into one system. So, I'll just get this forward. Most of us here know Bitcoin pretty well, but how many of us actually know the payments industry? Who here understands the complexities of the payments industry? Who has dealt with card payments? Yeah, okay, well, like 1.5 maybe. Yeah, it's incredibly complex. In fact, this is a simplified diagram of what happens when you swipe or tap your card on a normal card machine. So I'm not going to read through all of it, you can see for yourself, but there's a whole bunch of middlemen involved. There are all these checks and balances, all of these things happening to make sure that the payment works. Bitcoin is so much simpler than this. But this is the status quo. This is what we have to work against. So we decided that this must go. Sorry, it's not click again. We decided that at Musket, we would simplify all of that by replacing all of that back-end stuff with Bitcoin. We are not just a Bitcoin front end, so we allow acceptance of Bitcoin on payment terminals and web interface and so on. We're replacing the entire back-end infrastructure, the entire payments world with Bitcoin flows. So when you pay with your card, there will be Bitcoin moving around in the back end instead. What merchants end up accepting is entirely up to them. But we will have a system whereby everything is Bitcoin on the back end, greatly simplifying all of that complexity. That also means that we can enable a whole bunch of additional things. This is what we have now, and it's going to grow. So we have compliance technology, we have point of sale, we have reporting, we have operational stuff, so digital signage, staff hours, like all of these sorts of things are built into our EPOS. But all of this is a front end around what is actually a series of Bitcoin flows on the back end. We take this giant tangled mess of the current payment system and we replace it with Bitcoin without anyone seeing that. So, of course, you can walk into the store and you can pay with Bitcoin or you can pay with card. But on the back end, we simplify everything. It also means we make everything way cheaper for the merchants. So we can actually offer card payments at a very competitive rate compared to most of our competition. And it's only going to get cheaper the more we integrate Bitcoin into our back end. That is Bitcoin kind of a Trojan horse approach because merchants want better payments. That's what most merchants want. They don't actually come to us and say, we want to be able to pay with Bitcoin. They come to us and say, we want our payments to be better, faster, cheaper. Especially cheaper. That's kind of a big thing for most merchants. They pay a fortune a lot of the time to their card providers. So they want better, faster, cheaper payments. They want nice, clean APIs to be able to interact with, especially with big companies. They don't want to use the web interface to see a bunch of reports. They want bullet number API. They want it to be clean and easy to use and integrate into their existing systems. And very, very few companies do that, and even fewer do it well. I'd say Stripe is pretty famous for having done that in the online space, but almost nobody's done it in the card present space. So walk up and pay with card in person. So we can do that, and we do it well. And at the same time, we charge the most Bitcoin into all of these merchants. We are Bitcoiners through and through. So it's not just the case that we are a payments company who's using Bitcoin to make a better payments company. We are Bitcoiners and we want Bitcoin adoption to expand. That's our goal, that's our mission. We intend for Bitcoin to be the fundamental currency backing every payment everywhere in the world. And we're on the path to do that. So that's Muscat. Right now we are live in the UK and Europe. We intend to be global. We need to be strategic with what countries we move to next. But if anyone in any particular country says, I really, really need this in my country, please do reach out to us. Hello at muscat.tech is our standard email address, or you can just come and talk to me. I'm a CTO, I'm a tech guy, I'm not a business guy, but absolutely, come and talk to me or reach out to that email address because if there is a strong enough business need for a particular market, then that could make us move to that market sooner than we'd otherwise be planning to. So, like I said, Europe and the UK right now, global domination next.
Thank you, Tim. I just want to add to you, we also have a very complicated payments network of the TradeFi payment systems and so on. It's very true. If you look at just a quick little anecdote, if you look at your typical major retailers out there, the shortest jump that goes from user tapping card to money in the merchant's bank is 4 different systems. The typical jump is 10 plus, so it's only about 14. That's how many different companies take a little bit of rate, 0.0 something or 0.00% along the way. And that's why sometimes it takes a while for payments to go through, and that's when refunding is sometimes changes. So there's lots of downstream things that come down to in that technology and Bitcoin simplifies a lot of that. So I think Basket is doing some really cool things, and I'm sure there's lots of reasons we'd love to do that. My question is Bitcoin is self-custody focused. So if you take the Bitcoin handle, you've got the backend set up for that. So that's part of the software.
Yes, so merchants who want to self-custody, merchants who don't self-custody, we can provide options for that. But merchants who want to self-custody, our default setup actually gives them a node in the cloud. So they hold their keys, they have complete control over their own Bitcoin, but we manage things like the Lightning liquidity for them so they don't have to deal with that. For existing Bitcoiners who can deal with all of that themselves, we also offer Nostr Wallet Connect, so you can basically hook up to your own backend, and we're not going to charge you any fees that way either because it's entirely your backend.
Amazing. Thank you. Another round of applause for doing that. Is Satoshi here? We're all Satoshi. We're all Satoshi. But I'm looking specifically for Satoshi.
So I just have a question.
Yeah.
So what are the card fees?
Okay, like I said, I'm CTO, not CEO or CFO or anything like that. So actually, I can't tell you directly what the card fees are because I don't know. I can tell you they're competitive and they will vary by region, by location. We get charged different fees from our downstream card, depending on things like location. Type of card matters a lot as well. So, you have an international business Visa, you're probably getting hit with, in the region of 3 to 4% from Visa before we add anything on top. But if you're using a local domestic debit MasterCard personal one, it's well under 1%. So, it does vary and there's not much we can do about what the card providers charge us, but we kind of we reduce and simplify what goes on top of that.
Anyone else got a question? Yeah.
Mentioned that everything's on back into Bitcoin. So when we swipe it's a MasterCard, what happens?
Right. So, I was kind of careful with my wording there. It will be Bitcoin. That's what we're working on. Right now, when you swipe a card, it's basically the normal card flows happening on the back end. But where we are starting to make some inroads is what happens when something like an international card is swiped. We can make a payment in the country where it was actually registered rather than being an international card, and then use Bitcoin rails to move money internationally and then settle on the other end cleanly. That's kind of what we're in the process of building, and step by step we will replace the entire card infrastructure, and basically we intend to kill Visa, MasterCard, and Amex. We want them to die.
Anyone else got a question?
To say that infrastructure piece is really important right now. That's what the conversation needs to go around Bitcoin. It's the infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I'd love to see what your strategy or vision around that is, if not detail. But yeah, it's really important.
So actually, we're in the process of doing a big website rebuild. Our website is really minimal right now because it was basically during our early startup stage, and we're in the process of now sort of expanding that. And so within the next couple of months, there should be a lot more detail on the website about broader term vision, where we're aiming, what we're planning on doing. Obviously, there's going to be some trade secrets there as far as how we're doing it on the infrastructure side, but yeah, it is very much our intention. Visa, Bitcoin, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, and so on will be replaced by Bitcoin entirely.
People don't understand about Bitcoin. It's protocols, technology,
yes,
infrastructure. It's quite invested.
Yeah, exactly. The entire protocol and infrastructure is what enables us to do that. Not enough people are paying attention to that. I agree.
Was another question?
Yeah, so a typical food vending business that's running a point of sale. In practical terms, how would they transition over to that school?
Yeah, so for a simple, sales type environment, you've got a point of sale device and so on. You are probably currently like locked into a contract with one of the bigger providers. That would be set to expire in a few months' time, typically 3 to 6 months, fairly normal. You would sign up with Musket, and at the point, about a couple of weeks before your old one's due to expire, you get a new card terminal sent to you. We'll activate it, we'll test it, we'll make sure it works, and then at the cut-off date, you simply stop using the old one, start using the new one. It just works. So your card payments will continue on the new terminal, and your Bitcoin payments will come through and happily sit on your node or whatever other backend you've decided to join it up to.
Have they started to notice? Have you noticed?
I don't think they've started to notice yet, or they haven't understood, and that's one of the big things. So your question on infrastructure there was one of the important ones, because I think a lot of their competition see us as, oh, it's another card machine and they added Bitcoin to it, which would be cool on its own, but we are so much more than that.
So really South Africa on the list of rules?
Like I said, I'm not the business guy, but if enough people in South Africa tell us there is the business to be done here, then absolutely South Africa will be higher on the list.
How many businesses do you need to stand up?
There's not so much number of businesses, it's more about guaranteed total payments going through the system. So we talk about the total amount of money that goes through rather than whatever regular volumes. I'm not the business guy, but I think if you came to us and told us, I got a guaranteed 1 to 200 million USD of a year of business flowing through this country, which I can definitely sign up to Musket, then there's a very good chance that we're seriously going to have a conversation.
The number you can't really sign up people and see the numbers.
Exactly, yeah, and we need to set up all of the local, like the regulatory things, like I mentioned, are a pain. Just going into a new country, like we recently got our first merchant in Spain. Like I said, we're live into the EU and UK. But just going into Spain, we had to set up a bunch of fiscalization things for Spain. The Spanish tax office needs this automated reporting, which comes from the card terminal to the tax office. And if you don't have that, you can't sell a card terminal in Spain. So we had to set up for the Spanish system.
What did you set up in Spain?
No, we didn't need to set up a company for Spain, thankfully, but we did need to create the infrastructure for our card terminals to be able to talk to the Spanish tax office. So those are the kinds of things, and every country's different. Some countries we won't need to do that. That'll be easier to go into those countries. But yeah, case by case basis.
What's the price for it?
So at the moment, we are only selling the terminals, but there's a good chance we'll probably have a couple of options, either selling or renting on a monthly basis, because those are the two things that traditional card providers do. We haven't had much interest in the rental thing yet, so we've basically been selling them at cost. So we get them for £100 and something, maybe close to £200, and we sell it basically at cost. But we're not trying to make money selling card terminals. We are making money basically on the infrastructure side of things. Yep.
In that example of Spain, when the transaction happens in Bitcoin, what do they want to see in terms of the attach point? The denominated sale.
Yeah, Spain wants to see everything in its fiat equivalent. Basically, they don't treat. Spain doesn't consider Bitcoin to be money; they consider it to be an asset which has a particular fiat value. So that's what the tax department wants to see.
Any more questions? Oh, we have the man here. I'm just thinking, is there a way for any sort of small merchants to step in one by one at a time?
Definitely yes, but we have to be in the country first. So that's kind of the thing we need to be. So right now, any merchant in the UK or anywhere in Europe would just come to us and say, hey, I'd like to sign up with Musket, and that's going to be a relatively painless process. Let's say if we wanted to a single merchant in South Africa, the answer right now would have to be no, we're not ready for South Africa. But if we had 1,000 merchants or whatever, just a few really big merchants even come to us and say, hey, we'd like to, then maybe that can speed things up. And after that, any small merchant could just come along as well, yeah.
Okay, so once you're in the market, anyone else can just tap in.
Yeah.
Right now, those markets, just to recap, everybody, those markets that you are EU and UK. EU and UK. Anywhere inside EU and UK. Whatever. We round of applause for being. Thank you very much for being. Right, guys, we have a little bit of time before the next fireside chat starts, so we can take a 15-minute break right now, and we'll see you all back here. We'll try to be here before 2 o'clock, 1800.
Sorry, man. Could I charge my camera here and leave it with you for a little while?
Oh, yeah.
I'll put it here.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'll be here now.
All right. No, it's not. But the thing, no, the thing is, if I want, if you see like right now, I placed the screen, so it will not be working. But if I come back here again, right? If I do this. I need to see their. Wait. So which one is coming now?
There's no one coming now, so please take them out. Put the old one, what you taste.
Oh, okay. Everything went. I'm thinking there's a feedback which is coming from the live. Like here you see here there's no feedback, but the moment when someone is speaking in the live, there is feedback. So that's why we're trying to. I mean, so that's what we're trying to figure out where it is coming from. Because here in this room everything is fine, but outside. Yeah, so that's why if you see, if I do this right, and I do this here on the corner, you'll be still controlling it, right? But the moment if I just come here and do this, you won't be controlling it.
But what is it that you need to be doing on here then?
We need to try to figure out. No, I need to fix it because here on the screen is fine, but here.
So what I'm like go out, do something, just off and restart it again. If I can stop the stream and use the same stream keys to come in again. Let me find out.
When he's got the active thing on the screen, especially with the presentation, the thing is but it's the imaging when somebody is busy presenting, and then it is and then they have to keep saying here, but then he needs to just click there and
For the clicker. This is okay, that's those guys. Do you have another laptop?
We need a second microphone because this is in-house.
So I don't know if there's a second mic. So they provide for each or this room, and the one next door only one mic.
This says workshop 17. There is another one on the main stage which says workshop 17 too. But then you must just share the microphone.
Yeah, that's what they Let me see if I can do it now while there's nothing happening. Audio. Okay, now I'm gonna leave it like that for now.
I'm going to make the Bitcoin one. That's radio speaker. We'll just take it. This thing works fine.
There we go. Let's go ahead, make a clip. Settings. Audio. Let me see what's open here and what's closed.
No, the thing is doing an effect.
Yeah, but the reason why it's doing that is because it's picking up another source of sound. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me just quickly.
Most I've been trying to find which channel.
Okay, so,
1, 2.
You don't have that I can listen to yet? Like headphones. Just 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. Ready to go? Slides happening on this one.
Cool. Yeah.
No fiber.
And you just need to bring in the presentation of the person.
No, they don't.
So it's just this.
So nice to see your faces. Welcome to the blank stage. One of our sponsors. I'm Vanya Vega. I'll be your MC right now. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Craig, Rob, and Cole Tuckett, who will be discussing Bitcoin self-custody.
Good day, everyone. So I'm here with Craig Rob, who is the lead maintainer of Sparrow Bitcoin wallet. And in my opinion, it's the best desktop wallet available. So I'm very grateful to be sitting here with Craig and have the opportunity to ask him what's on my mind. And hopefully you have the same questions in the back of your mind as well. So yeah, Craig, my name is Cole. I teach Bitcoin self-custody on YouTube, including Sparrow Wallet. So I'm very involved in using Sparrow. I'm in that software every day. And yeah, so very happy to be here with Craig. So Craig, the first question I have for you is, why did you actually build Sparrow Wallet? Did you see an issue with existing wallets that were out there back when you built Sparrow, or was it just for yourself, to use as yourself? Why did you build Sparrow?
Yeah, so what I was trying to do way back in the day was look at my own needs, and I was trying to follow what was best practice then, and I think it's still best practice now, was to create a multi-vendor, multi-sig wallet, which is basically using different hardware wallets from different manufacturers to create a multi-sig wallet. And I was trying to use the Electrum wallet to do it, which is an OG wallet, really amazing wallet that's been around since 2011, which is really a long time, and not soon after, not a long time after Bitcoin's birth. But the trouble with software is that often it kind of gets a bit stuck in the era in which it was first built, that first kind of idea. And I think the Electrum wallet is a little bit in that camp. It's still a great wallet in many respects. It's still a very trusted wallet by many people, but I don't feel that it can handle everything today. And as I was saying, I was battling to use it for this particular use case. I was building little tools on the side which enabled me to do this multi-sig wallet, and I really didn't trust that I would be able to replicate this. It just felt like a house of cards that I was doing. That's kind of the impetus where it began. And I'd really started off by just building a transaction editor, just being able to comprehensively change the transactions and then kind of almost didn't realize the full scope of what I was attempting until I actually got into it. So that was the kind of start of it, but I would say that it was, I almost didn't want to admit to myself how big the task was until I was somewhere.
So was Sparrow at all intended for beginners or mainly power users who are using multi-sig and tools like that? And secondly, did you expect Sparrow to become such a popular tool?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when I started building it, I wanted to really feel in control of my funds. I wanted to have full visibility all the way down to what was actually going on the Bitcoin protocol level. That was what I wanted, because I'm thinking to myself, I need to understand what's going on and be able to check and verify things. As we all know, once you sit in the transaction, it's final. You can't pull it back. So you really need to have that certainty that what you're doing is the correct thing, right? And when I was building Sparrow, I was building it with these ideas in mind and thinking to myself, this is going to be a power user tool to, but that's what I want to do, so I'm going to go and do it. what I was really surprised was the reaction of the global Bitcoin community, who clearly wanted the same things, right? There's this age-old adage of the open source developer scratching their own itch, and then it turns out that a lot of people have the same itch. So I have and I continue to be really surprised by how popular Sparrow has become. I guess I'm a little bit kind of used to that world now, but I guess what I've learned through that is people don't mind detail so long as it's the right detail. They don't mind being shown the right thing so long as it's shown in the right way. And the way Sparrow is designed is to gradually show things and allow you to hide things if you don't really want that level. So giving users the optionality to be able to control what they see and what they don't see. There's a lot of wallets out there that provide a very simple, receive, send. This is your balance. These are your transactions, and that's, I think, a good way to start. But it seems to me that most people want a little bit more than that. They want to be able to actually know what they're doing, and that's, I guess, the market that I'm attracted to.
Yeah, I think that's what's so great about Sparrow is that it gives you access to all these advanced features. You can see things that other wallets generally hide from you, but it still keeps things pretty simple. So it's actually a great tool for learning Bitcoin, I would say. If you're a beginner, just jumping into Sparrow and kind of reading up on everything you see is a great way to master self-custody. So my next question for you was, I imagine before you built Sparrow, you were already a developer, so you were writing code already. What did it take to master Bitcoin, to build something like Sparrow Wallet? What kind of documentation were you reading? Yeah, how did you really grasp self-custody and how it works underneath the hood?
Yeah, I mean, I started learning about Bitcoin way back, like 2012. Started reading, and the information was generally pretty poor for those around that time. If you went online, you just saw a lot of really very average information compared to what you see today. However, there were two textbooks that were around at the time I started actually building Sparrow, which was many years down the line. One was the Mastering Bitcoin book, and the other one was Jimmy Song's book, Programming Bitcoin. And if you actually see the little, every time you create a transaction in Sparrow, you've got a little hex of the actual transaction, and the highlighting of the hex is actually inspired from Jimmy Song's book. So, those two books together kind of really explain the fundamentals of what our kind of modern HD wallets are and how they work. I would recommend it today. They still very much capture the ethos of what a common Bitcoin wallet does.
Sweet, okay. So now I want to talk about self-custody and people actually building their own setups to secure their coins. And I've helped many people with this, and a key issue I see is that many Bitcoin users, they've set up their hardware wallet, they've set up Sparrow, they don't actually understand what's going on behind the scenes. So they don't understand backups and recovery. So how important do you think it is to actually understand these concepts before building your setup? How important to understand seeds, phrases, private keys, backups, recovery, before you actually build your full card setup or your multi-sig?
Yeah, I mean, how much do we ever understand it? I think, it's okay to start without understanding everything, because nobody really understands everything. Right? I'm not a mathematician. I understand more than most, of course, but I don't think about the discrete log, principles that stand behind Bitcoin's security every day. I don't understand it like some people do. So what I guess my message is that you shouldn't wait to think that I need to completely understand everything before I can start, because then you probably will never start. I would try and get some basic understanding going. Try and sort of get the basic concepts behind seed words and how they translate into the security of your wallet. Some fundamental principles which every hardware wallet manufacturer will tell you when they ship those wallets to you. And they'll say, well, These are your seed words, never reveal them, don't take photo loss of them. Like there's certain basic concepts that I think you do need to get. But then I think from there, the best way to learn is to actually use it. So if you don't do anything, then you're just not going to learn. You need to start with hopefully small amounts and then build up your knowledge over time. So I would encourage people to do regular transactions using a Bitcoin wallet, get a feeling for it. It's unfortunately the reality that many people set the thing up and then they just leave it. They just say, it's done now, and then all of that knowledge that they've gained is they've lost. So one piece of advice is to try and find some service that you can pay with Bitcoin on a regular basis, say a monthly service. For example, I paid for the server. I was sparrowwallet.com with Bitcoin, and it forces me to make that transaction every single month. And that's a really important thing because it gets me into that system. So I would encourage people to try and find something in your life that you need to actually use the wallet for. And then you start to get a feeling for how it works. And that familiarity breeds the kind of properties that you want.
I 100% agree that I think the best way to master self-custody is to put a small balance on your phone, start with a basic wallet like Blue, move funds around, practice seed recovery, and that's the best way to master this technology. So my next question is, do you think there's a point where too much security becomes dangerous? For example, if someone doesn't necessarily understand a coordinator file and they're using multi-sig, do you think they're at more risk of locking themselves out of their funds or of an attack?
Yeah, I mean, I think most in this room will guess what I'm going to answer here. Yeah, look, more funds have certainly been lost. More Bitcoin has been lost by people making mistakes than has ever been lost for being attacked. However, that is to say, people are getting, unfortunately, attacked more. The incidence of bridge attacks is growing in the world, and that's a sad truth, but it is a truth we nevertheless need to face. So I would encourage people to start simple, start with a single sig, perhaps add a passphrase if you get a sense of what that is and how to use it. And then the multi-sig thing is really quite a big step up. I wouldn't say be scared of it. It's really not actually that difficult in the grand scheme of things, but it is a step up, and I wouldn't encourage anyone to start it. That's not the right place to start. Do it if you are, you have some specific security concerns. I would say that single sig with a passphrase is probably enough for most people, so long as you practice, keeping your Bitcoin holdings quiet. That is the most important thing. Don't talk about how much you have. By all means, talk about Bitcoin. There's no issue with that. But you don't want to get into the specifics of how much you have, how you hold it, all of that kind of thing. That's information that you keep to yourself. And so long as you practice that, the single sig should be really fine for most people up to normal values that you store. So that would be my simple advice.
Yeah, and my next question was on passphrases, which I think you already answered, which was, do you recommend passphrases? So I'll move on then, and the next question was general security with Sparrow Wallet and hot wallets. Many people are completely afraid to use hot wallets. They only use cold storage. How secure are hot wallets?
Yeah, it's a question I always have to be cautious about because the reality is a hot wallet is one way the seed phrase is stored on the computer. You're not using separate hardware wallets to store it. I have never heard of Sparrow Wallet, the hot wallet, being compromised. I've never even had a suspicion that it was. So, obviously I hear various stories of various people doing odd things with losing funds, but I've never had anything that has made me think that doesn't sound good. It sounds like there was an hack here. So that's, I think, just a little anecdotal piece of information, which is, I think, if Sparrow hot wallets were being hacked and funds were being drained, I would have heard about it in some way or form at this point. So I think that does answer the question to some extent. I think hot wallets are relatively secure, certainly for spending amounts. if you can afford a hardware wallet, definitely go down that path. It's definitely a more secure thing to do. Sparrow, just to describe how Sparrow does hard wallets, is it keeps the seed phrase encrypted within the encrypted file. So you should always be using a password, not a passphrase in this case, a password on your wallet file when using a hard wallet with Sparrow. Otherwise, you have no security other than your computer's security. So long as you're doing that, you basically have the encrypted wallet file, and then you have encryption within the wallet file. And every time you sign, you have to re-enter your password. What Sparrow does is it decrypts that piece of encryption within the wallet file, signs it, and then forgets it. Does that all in RAM, and it forgets it immediately. So your decrypted seed is only ever present in RAM for an instant. Just that instant required to sign that thing, and then it is removed. Now, that's not a guarantee. I'm not trying to make it more than it is. But I do think that it makes it pretty hard for some buyers to come along and say, hey, I can get your seed, because now you've got to crack it twice. You've got to get into the wallet file, and then you've got to get into the encryption.
Yeah, I would say for the long-term cold storage, well, for long-term storage, you definitely want a hardware wallet. And that's for your larger stack amount, but for smaller amounts, it's perfectly okay to be using a hard wallet like Sparrow. So, if you are using a hardware wallet with something like Sparrow, do you need a dedicated computer for that setup, or are you happy to just use it with your daily driver? And on top of that as well, if your computer is malware infested and you're using a cold card or a hardware wallet, are you still safe?
Yeah, so these talk to questions of computer hygiene. So the answer to your first question is really a question of how much computer hygiene do you have, and to some extent as well, what operating system do you run. So if you're on Windows, there's no question you're on a less secure operating system than if you're running Linux or Mac OS. And as a result, your computer hygiene will have to be a lot higher, because Windows is just a lot more open to various undesirable things. I wouldn't say that it is required that you have a dedicated clean computer, because most of us are just not going to do that. And I think the worst thing we can do is just not interact with Bitcoin at all, rather interact, because the chances of you actually losing your funds to a hack if you're using a hardware wallet are pretty low anyway. They're really, really, really low. So if you are using a computer with malware on it, so let's say, for example, you have malware that replaces the contents of your clipboard whenever you copy. So you copy an address, the malware comes along and says, oh, I see that's Bitcoin address, I'm going to replace it with my own. You paste that into Sparrow, Sparrow doesn't know, because it has no way of knowing. It goes to the hardware wallet, and that's when you need to really check and say, so Sparrow may in fact be showing the right address, and Sparrow may be hacked, but the hardware wallet will always show you the correct thing, because it's a trusted, secure, and separate computing environment. So that's the big advantage that a hardware wallet has. And one of the reasons, incidentally, why hardware wallets without screens are much less secure than hardware wallets with screens. I said Joseph. So the answer is, if you have a computer with malware on it, you should sort that out, right? That's the best answer. That's not a good place to be. But if you're using a hardware wallet, you should be safe, so long as you check the address thoroughly every time you send.
Yeah, so never blind sign a transaction, never approve a transaction on your hardware wallet without double checking the address on the hardware itself. I guess that's what you're getting at. So talking about hardware wallets, what features in hardware wallets do you look for? And do you have any personal favorite hardware wallets? I know you mentioned multi-sig, multi-vendor. So can you speak to that a bit? Which hardware wallets and what features do you look for?
Yeah, I'm not really going to get too much into this, because I try not to. I try with Sparrow to provide as many options as I can, and I think that for me to assume what certain people's requirements are is not the correct thing. So, for example, the cold card great hardware wallets, it's not the cheapest, right? It does cost some money. So I quite like it, but on the other hand, I recognize that ordering this thing from a company in Canada is not the easiest thing in the world. There are cheaper ones, and you generally give up some amount, so you can buy, for example, a Blockstream Jade. It doesn't have a secure element on it, and I do think a secure element has been proven over time to be a good safeguard. Generally, those hardware wallets without secure elements on them they tend to have more attacks or more records of ways that you can attack it than those that do. And the ones that have more secure elements on them, they generally tend to be less as well, because to attack a secure element, it is possible, but you're going to have to take that particular chip, you're going to have to do various physical things to it, and you can damage or destroy the chip in doing so. So you have a possibility of extracting the seed out of anything, but the chances of doing so get really low when you have to get the seed out of two different things. Now you have to get it right twice in a way. So, there's a lot of different nuances when it comes to hardware wallets. I think the idea of sticking to the well-known ones makes a lot of sense, because people are coming out with new hardware wallets all the time. I know, because I have to support them. I can't say much about the new guys because they haven't been around for many years. They haven't faced the scrutiny that the older guys have. So I would say be cautious around the newer ones. Don't necessarily, just like you would with a new wallet, right? Don't necessarily put all your funds into something which has come on the market and new. Rather stick to the older guys until the new guys have had a little chance to prove themselves in the market and have something to test.
Yeah, so I guess the two main things you look for: secure elements and it just being battle tested in general. If it's got years of being used by thousands of people, we know it's probably safe, right? So next, privacy. I want to talk about privacy inside of Sparrow Wallet now. Unfortunately, Samurai Whirlpool no longer operates. Do you have any tips for on-chain privacy? What other tools can we use for on-chain privacy? And as well, I know you are working on silent payments, so if you could speak a bit about that.
Right, so lots there. So I'll talk a bit about privacy in general first. So we had a chat earlier today with Carl talking about how to ensure that you are not traced on the blockchain. And you need to kind of think a little bit about how people actually trace. So, for example, if you have a series of transactions on the blockchain, what these blockchain firms are looking at is the change of ownership of funds. That's the key thing that they're trying to do. So they know, for example, they just have to have a starting point. They have to say here, UTXOX is owned by, say, Joe, and Joe makes a series of transactions, and at some point, some illegal thing happens, some payment happens, which they want to try and figure out who made it. So if they are confident that Joe, who had the original UTXO, owned that value all the way through the chain, through a variety of different UTXOs, until that payment was made, well, then they're going to go after Joe. But if they know that, for example, if they think that it went to, say, Mary in the middle, then they're going to go after Mary. And if they don't know who Mary is, then Joe's kind of safe, right? What you want to do is ensure that that flow is obfuscated on the chain, so that people can't see where that value of funds is going, or the probability, and this is why it's a probability game, is greatly increased or reduced. Right? Every transaction that it goes through is going to say, well, was this the payment output? Was this the change output? Let's go on from there. Was this the payment output? Was this the change output? A practical thing you can do that follows from this is, if you send a payment, try not to send a round amount. Very simple thing to do. That it's quite obvious that if one amount is the round amount and one amount is just some random looking number, then it's pretty clear to everyone which is the payment amount. Very easy to do. So I would, like, if you're going to send a payment to somebody, your friend, just send them a little bit more. It makes you more private, and they feel good because they got a small amount of consent, right? Very simple thing you can do right there. Sparrow has a ability, it's down at the bottom of the send tab, where you can have an efficiency send, which tries to reduce your fees, or you can have a privacy spend, which increases the amount that you pay, but it does what is called a fake two-person pointer. And effectively, it looks like two people are coming together to do a coin join, so contributing funds, and then there are two payment outputs going out of the same amount. So again, looking at that probability, you now have the firm doing that work now has to say, well, which of these is the actual payment, because they're both the same amount, right? Even if they were round amounts, they don't know which of those two. That cuts their probability in half. Given no other information, cuts it in half. That's a big deal. Like if you say multiplying 75% by 50%, you can see that just that one transaction in the chain makes a big difference. So it is sometimes worth paying the small amount of additional fees in order to reduce the probability. That's what real privacy on chain looks like. So those are the kind of things that I would do. Sparrow also has a little icon at the bottom just next to that privacy button, which gives you some idea of how private the transaction that you are creating is. So it'll tell you if there's a round amount in it or various other things. Use that to try and ensure that you when you create a transaction, you're kind of thinking about how private it is. You ask about silent payments. So that's a whole another thing which I can talk about for a long time. I'll kind of give a very high level view of it. So we have had this kind of model of wallets for a long time, which is based off this standard called BIP32, which is an HD wallet and allows us to basically create lots of addresses. Silent payments is a completely different approach, and it allows us to have this thing which we've wanted in Bitcoin for a really long time. It's called a static payment code. Right now, we have to ask for a new address in order to be private, at least. We have to ask for a new address from whoever we're paying whenever we pay them, which when you think about it from a payment mechanism is actually quite unusual in this modern day and age. When we send to a bank account, we can send to the same bank account number over and over, and we don't have to keep asking for a new one. With Bitcoin, I think it's certainly not ideal that we have to keep asking for a new one, because people don't, and then we get something called address reuse. So silent payments gives us a static payment code, and it eliminates address reuse in the same manner. So in that, it kind of that's the big thing that it does for us. And I think one of the most interesting aspects is that we have address reuse in Bitcoin today, and we'd be a lot better off from a privacy perspective without it. So it's really great that it does that. And then the other thing is a bit of a technical point, where we've got this issue in our current wallets called the gap limit, which for those that have heard about this, it's how far ahead the wallet looks in the chain to see whether there are funds. Then it stops and says, okay, I'm done, because it can't go on forever. It has to stop at some point. And if it stops too early, then we have a situation where you don't find all the funds in your wallet, which is really bad, because then you lose money. So eliminating this thing called the gap limit is also really important, and silent payments does that for us as well. So it sounds wonderful. Why aren't we using it today? The downside is that you have to scan for your funds on the blockchain, and that is a computationally expensive task. And that's currently where I'm trying to work, and where the research is trying to bring that to people in a way that is cheap and easy for everyone to use, but maintains the same kind of maintains the silent payments protocol that we need. So that's in a nutshell where it is. There's lots of people working on this, certainly growing number at this time, and my hope is that we can move beyond our current system of wallets and being able to hand addresses out and get to a point where address reuse is a thing of the past.
Yeah, so speaking about privacy, I think I'll also mention that Sparrow covers all the basic privacy practices you should be following. So Sparrow will generate a new address each time. Your change goes back to a different change address each time, and I believe the outputs are reordered.
Yeah.
So it's hard for somebody to tell which output belongs to the sender, the receiver, or the change address. So my next question, also relating to privacy, is network level privacy. How important is it to be running a node And I know that you select which nodes users can connect to in Sparrow Wallet. These are trusted nodes in the community. So how important is it for people to be running their own node, and how good are these public servers you can join in Sparrow?
Yeah, so look, I think that if you're sitting in this room, you should definitely think about running your own node. I mean, Bitcoin is a decentralized system, and running our own nodes is how we effectively enforce that thing, right? So I think that there's the majority of people out there are not going to run their own node, but if you are sitting in this room, you're one of the very early ones, and you're also interested enough to be doing it. So that's the first thing that I'll say. In terms of the public servers, so the way that like Electrum Wallet first began, in fact still does today, is there's a network of servers out there, and it connects at random to one of them. Now, there's no question that some of those servers are run by firms who want to try and track you, right? That's, I think, a known fact, or at least one we would all accept. So what I've done in Sparrow is, rather than connect to some random server out there, I've selected from a list, and I've said, these are individuals that I've interacted with. I can't guarantee that they're not tracing this information, but I think that there's a very high likelihood that they're not. There are other organizations that have done a lot of good work in the space, or individuals, OGs, who have been there for a long time. And I think that really reduces the amount of chance. It's not someone who can just spin up a server and say, I'm going to log everything sent to it, right? It's somebody who's got some standing in the community and has a lot to lose should that information ever come out. So there's that kind of social layer, which I think is still very much part of our world. And if you're not going to run your own node, at least you're connecting to a node that run by somebody who people do sort of have some faith in.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about Sparrow Wallet is the node you've selected. Although you can't guarantee they aren't keeping logs, they're trusted in the community, and yeah, these are good guys generally. So my next question was, LLMs like ChatGPT and Claude are getting very good at writing code. Now I was just interested if you are using any of these tools in the development of Sparrow at all, or not really.
I wouldn't say that I use them to directly write Sparrow code yet. I use them to do a lot of research, and I might suggest, like, write this method this way. So I kind of, Sparrow code is still written by me, or at least it passes through my hands in order to get into the code base. One area in which I wasn't able to use it was the new Trezor Safe 7. Uses a completely different communication mechanism than the previous ones, which has got a lot to it, and I was able to really leverage them a lot and trying to dig into that, get some of those kind of parts done. If you're talking to a hardware wallet, then the hardware wallet has actually got the responsibility of trust. So long as it talks back to me, then I know, okay, it's got that kind of guarantee that it's not going to accept something which is not sort of correct. Otherwise, it isn't doing its job. So it does to some extent depend on the task, but in the main, I'm still using my own kind of brain and knowledge to actually write the code. But definitely, I would recommend all devs start using these tools because they really do transform what you can do.
Yeah, I remember Ricardo on stage over there mentioning he hasn't written a line of code in a long time, so I thought I'd ask you that. Final question from my list over here, and that is, if you disappeared today, what would happen to Sparrow? And is there a team of developers who would be willing to take on the Sparrow Wallet project that you know
of? The answer is no. I don't actually know of a team. If I disappeared today, Sparrow would almost certainly get forked, as it's been forked many times in the past. There are forks of Sparrow out there. I suspect that some fork would emerge as the dominant fork before too long. One change that actually has happened of late is Sparrow PRs have been on the rise. So people sending ideas and thoughts in the form of code. and the quality of those is getting better, mainly because of LLMs. So, you know, I have little doubts that somebody would take it on. I think, you know, one of the reasons that I have kept pretty tight control over it is because I've seen a lot of open source projects. Everyone wants to leave their own mark. That's just a human need. And when you have something like a user interface, you really got kind of ground which needs to be dealt with in a very careful manner. People get used to a certain user interface, they know where to find things, they know how to get things done. And you're trying to pack a lot in to that user interface without overwhelming people. And I think that that's a particular skill set. And if you're not coming with a holistic view of, you know, we can't just add this here because what about if we have to add that and that and that? Then I think you end up in a bad place. So that's kind of, you know, a danger point for a lot of open source where you have a large team and they all kind of want to add their own thing to the user interface. I think that that's where a lot of projects kind of end up with just a mess, and then they kind of have to do a V2 or a V3 where they try and rethink the entire thing, and that's often when they fall down because doing a complete rewrite ends up just being a project that's delayed for years and years. So I'm trying to avoid all of that by trying to really just keep the user interface stable, keep it, you know, evolve it, but not in a way that isn't careful and well thought through.
I see. So yeah, that's everything from my list. We have a minute, 2 minutes left, so we can take a question from the audience.
Yeah, thanks very much. I have two questions, kind of unrelated, but yeah. So the first one is, I'm not sure what the right word for it is, but like estate management or planning, like for your death. If you have dependents or people who you would like to, you know, get your Bitcoin when you die, have you thought about that? Do you have any kind of ideas around what would be a good setup to have a hardware wallet, the cold storage setup that you can also breathe to other people when you're not there? So that's also kind of a challenge. And the second question is related to the whole open source thing. It's definitely for me something I'm very interested in because I've been an open source maintainer for two projects now for about 10 years, and so I'm fascinated by the economics of it and kind of just every person has different stories. I'm curious there if you're willing to share what motivated, I don't know if I missed that in the beginning, but what motivated you to create Sparrow Wallet, and is this purely a labor of love, or is this, are you also like earning, like is this your full-time thing that you're also earning money through? Sort of relationship to Sparrow Wallet, I guess, to some extent. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, so I'll try and be brief. I mean, both of them are quite long-winded answers, as you can guess. I think from the inheritance point of view, we don't have great solutions yet. I think they're starting to emerge. I think, you know, if you look at the current kind of way of doing it is the decaying multi-sig, which is got a great name, but anyway. You know, I still think it's too early for widespread use. I don't particularly like the UTXO rotation with the current tooling that we have. I don't think it's really there yet. I wouldn't use it yet. I think right now the reality is the best thing that we have is trust. It's like setting up something that works for the particular situation that you have, and trusting people to do the right thing. Unfortunately, that's I think where we're at. I think things will improve, but it's going to take time and lots of thought, and tooling will have to improve. From a point of view of like the economics around open source, yeah, I mean, not great, right, from terms of making money. There is a very good system of grants within the Bitcoin space. We've got the HRF grant program, we've got OpenSats. You know, there's definitely a lot of money in there for people who are doing good work. So I encourage anyone who has a good idea and kind of starts building it, don't come in without any proof of work. But once you have that, there's definitely funding out there, and I've certainly been able to enjoy that in the past. And, you know, that's kind of, it's not, you know, a sort of requirement for me to have it, but it's certainly been correct, and I would encourage other people to. Anyone else?
Sorry, just a quick, just a quick question on, you talked about battle testing the hardware wallets. You know, I try to help a friend of mine do is he has a hot wallet and, you know, Bitcoin got to the point where it's too valuable essentially, although probably now not so valuable anymore, but, you know, it's doing something else. What do you, I mean, again, probably needs a bit of time, but what's your view on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no doubt that if you have somebody who's really not skilled in Bitcoin at all and is probably not going to put the time in, I think the BitKey is frankly not a bad way to go. Obviously, I don't like the fact that it's own closed ecosystem. I'm very much into the kind of open world that Bitcoin, provides, and we can move wallets, so we can move our seed around. The one thing about the BitKey I really don't like is the marketing. I think this kind of seedless is best is just not a good message, and I will push back against that. But the actual device has been well thought through. It would be nice if the break glass protocol that they had was not implemented with only their software, and if they wanted to do a PR Sparrow which enabled it to be used there, I would certainly be open to that. I think we need to kind of bring them into the open fold, if you will, in some way. But I can't knock the BitKey. I think it's good that people are trying different things. I think that that's very healthy, and I'd like to see more of it. So, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right.
Thanks, guys.
Can I ask a question?
Can I get a quick one?
So I saw some scam about it trying to share mobile version of Spire. So the question is, are you thinking of maybe potentially in the future do a mobile version of Spire?
No, so I find that the desktop version of Sparrow it keeps me busy enough. But actually, when you think about mobile versus desktop, they are dramatically different. And I think the skill set and the thinking and the mindset are sufficiently different that to try and do both is not a good idea. And often when you see a mobile app ported to a desktop, you kind of see a very kind of stripped down, more basic version of it. And there's a reason for that, right? It's because they're trying to take the limited screen real estate of a mobile and move it onto a much bigger one. And if you go the other way, you just see a mobile app with 1,000 little things in it. You can't figure out what's going on. It's because they're just so different. So I think it's not a good idea for me to try and put both of those things, those worlds in my head at the same time. Great, thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Just for everyone watching on the live stream, obviously like and subscribe, but then where can we go to get your website information?
Sparrowwallet.com.
Sparrowwallet.com. Cool. You're on YouTube?
Southern Bitcoin on YouTube.
Southern Bitcoin on YouTube. Thanks, everybody. Go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, all together here. JCM. Yeah.
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If we are a government system that says we are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.
Where is it? Country? Thank you.
Yes.
What's his name?
Blessing.
Yeah. Blessing.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Here we go. Okay, cool. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jesse. I run a company called HashRate, where I try to bring more hash rate to the beautiful continent of Africa. And I'm very bullish on Bitcoin mining in Africa because two fundamental reasons. First of all, there's a lot of energy resources, right? And second of all, there's no strong currencies to paper over the development of them, which means we need Bitcoin in order to enable all of these energy resources to be built and to be transferred into electricity. Okay, I think we're almost there, right? If you want to follow my YouTube, you can do that with the code right there. That's my website. Bring more hash rate to Africa. Here we go. So today I want to talk to you guys about Project Mfula, which is about 8 hours drive from here. From PE, you can fly and drive 4 hours. It's in the Eastern Cape, and it's based on a South African farm, where it's very, very remote. And so the idea of this is to, and I also have a booth downstairs. The idea of this really is to give people more of an understanding and a grasp of what it takes to mine Bitcoin, right? We all hear about wallets, Lightning, digital, right? Mining is a very real physical part of all of this. And I think it's often not understood or misunderstood what actually secures the system that we love all dearly and use every day, right? So at the end of this, that's kind of what I want you guys to take away, right? What I want you guys to take away. So what does it actually take to build projects? That's the idea, right? So Bitcoin mining being the buyer of last resort, all of these concepts I try to explore on my YouTube channel as well. But at the end of the day, this farm in rural South Africa has two options, right? It can take power from the grid, which has previously shown to be very unreliable, or it can produce power itself. And the first option also comes with a very high cost, right? So the farmers that we are working with, they built their own hydro dam. Okay? So this is a 20-year-old at least dam. Tell me if you can see this. I know the lighting is not the best. What are we working with here? It's not too great. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through this. You have a river coming down here. This is part of the Orange River, which is part of the water transfer scheme, right, that irrigates the Eastern Cape with water, meaning there's low fluctuation in the water levels, right? So there's no high tide or low tide. And these guys built this hydro dam. You have the intake on this side. Down here, you've got 3 turbines that churn, and then you have a control room, which we'll get into just now, and you have a step-up transformer. That's me, that's Albaki, and that's the power going that way to 3 houses on the farm, right? So what they power with this, it's a 40 kilowatt dam, so it can approximately power 12 toasters, right? To give you a perspective, 12 toasters at the same time, maybe 13 if you're lucky and are very efficient. That's what they can power with this. And they power 2 of their pumps, which irrigate their land. They herd cattle there, mainly sheep, and they have to irrigate the land for them to have something to eat, right? And then they have also 3 homesteads, 3 houses where they obviously need power for all the usual beautiful things. And then, very importantly, they have a ballast here. Okay, and we're going to get into this right now. This is just a closer look. You've got the 3 turbines, 1, 2, 3. They're all connected to a bar that turns. The water goes through and turns. And you've got this beautiful contraption here, which we call an ELC, electronic load controller, which basically controls how much power is going to the grid and how much power is going to this thing over here. We'll get a zoom out picture of this just now as well. I took a picture with my phone and measuring the temperature, you can see this is 250 degrees hot, right? So we're talking significant heat. Like I was standing where my water bottle is over there at that distance, I could feel the heat like this, and it was South African winter, right? So there's significant energy going into this. So we built this mining hut, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 times 3, 12 machines over here. That's me inside of it. We built this in Durban with an electrician, right? So we ordered the machines. We built this hut from scratch. We have the cables going in and all the rest of it. You know, we're not going to go into super much detail, but essentially we've got the machines inside. We've got a router. We've got cable channels. We got the works. And this used to be a cell phone. Like on every cell phone tower, you find like a box. And we bought one of these boxes. It also had a bullet hole in the top. And then this is the workshop again. So what we built here is essentially a contraption to measure how much power is the existing system sending to this dump load. Okay, and depending on that data that we read here with an Ethernet cable going to the hut, we can read the electricity, the current that's going through each of the 3 phases that you can't really see because of the lighting. And based on that data, we then ramp up and down our machines. Okay, so we always make sure that we don't take power from the farmer, which they were very, very adamant about. Like if we cannot run our pumps, you're out of here, right? So we have to make sure that we only take the power that's otherwise sent to this next beautiful contraption. You saw a close-up of that earlier, right? This is basically a set of oven rods that they repurposed into a resistor. Okay, why do they do that? Because the turbine that you saw always needs to run stable at 50 hertz. Okay, you might have heard about this. Who's familiar with what 50 hertz means? Okay, so I'll explain that briefly. Demand, supply, and power always need to be in equilibrium, right? If something runs at 50 hertz, like your laptop, anything electronic, then it means, you know, the system is running stable. Now, this turbine has to be at 50 hertz always, otherwise it'll, figuratively speaking, run down the river, right? And it'll turn way too quickly and break. And so in order for this turbine, which remember runs on a river that's always on, right? There's no low tide, there's always water, there's always flow, there's always energy. In order for this turbine to get rid of enough power, they send it to this dump load here, basically just creating heat, okay? And that's energy that's wasted, okay? So they consume all of the power on the farm, and then they have extra power that they send to the heater to be turned into heat, just to enable the turbine to run stably and reliably. Yeah, so then what do? We took the hut to the site, transported it from Durban, probably a day's trip on the back of a truck. And then we installed an internet LTE antenna in order for us to have internet locally. Let me shrink me to it. Yeah, so that's a pole right next to the site, and this is very significant. On the left side, you will see why Bitcoin mining is revolutionary. Because all we need in order for us to be able to turn energy into something of value, to find a customer for the power, is an internet connection like that, right? Anything else needs a road, needs a pipeline, needs a grid. Those are expensive. So Bitcoin mining in that sense is very revolutionary, because for the first time as humans, we can turn energy into value without the need for that, and it changes everything. Also, of course, these machines are super flexible, right? So we can ramp them up and down as we want to. As I said, right, with the availability of power, we can make sure that we only take the excess and never churn or cut into the power that the farmer needs also. Yeah, that's me. These machines weigh 16 kilos each. That's why you see me flexing. And then, yeah, we have our hut over here. We had some cows running past as well, which is funny. But this importantly needs to be protected against heat. So we have like a bit of space up there in between the roof and the hut. It has mesh netting against bugs as well. So there's a lot of things that we need to think about because these machines don't like dust, right? They don't like bugs flying into them, being sucked into the vents and stuff like that. Cost overview.
Sorry,
right? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, on that point, do you have air conditioning as well in the?
No air conditioning. Too expensive. Also takes too much power away from what we want to use for mining, right? Yeah, no, there's a vent that makes sure we have fresh air intake, but there's no active cooling of the air. Any idea, rough ballpark, what this project might have cost us to set up? Anybody want to guess? There's a split. You have 30% is cost of the ASICs, then you've got the hash hut along with legal fees and all of that jazz, electrician, labor, parts, and then we have travel and transport. Any takers?
3 million rand.
3 million rand? Yeah. 300K. Okay. So to give you an idea, we can make that money back with the site running at 80% uptime in about a year. Okay, so that's how much money these 12 machines will generate. Realistically, when you plan these projects, you want to be very conservative. So it's going to be probably more like 1.5, 2 years.
So
yeah.
So is that 80% runtime and the farmer still taking electricity when he needs it?
Because they built this thing way too big, right? So a lot of the time, the energy will be left over.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Asking this question while you're talking about, how do you control the uptime, downtime?
The magic, right? So there's a little controller in there. I can't go into too much detail of this, but this thing basically says, give me data on how much power you would send to the dump load, and I will turn the miners up and down depending on how much power is available, right? And it'll change the voltages on these machines, and it'll balance out the three phases. It gets very geeky, I'm sorry, but that's how it works.
In real time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we have a buffer, but I can go into more detail at the booth here. So that's our revenue right here. So we have number of machines up there is 10 M30S machines. I have 2 examples downstairs. If somebody wants to have a look inside of what they look like. Total will be 8,600 terahash, an uptime of 80%. Who knows what hash price is? Show of hands. Anybody? Couple. Cool. Anybody that didn't raise their hand, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Yeah, so Bitcoin hash price basically is how much mining is there and how much money is being dished out by the Bitcoin network. And if you divide the two, then you have a number that tells you how much revenue per unit of compute per day does the Bitcoin network pay you. Okay, and at different hash price levels, this translates to 30, 40, 50, 60, $70, I believe. And this is what we would make on a monthly basis, right? So if hash price is 30, we're making 10K a month in revenue. And if hash price is 1100, we're making 23,000 Rand in revenue. Okay. So it depends when you do these projects, right? Again, we want to under promise and over deliver, right? So when you talk about investment in mining or planning these projects, you want to assume that you are going to stay poor for the longest time, and it still works, right? That's how you want to structure these things. All right, cool. So here's the bummer about all this: the project is not live, right? And that's another learning. When I planned this project, I was like, okay, I come to adopting Bitcoin. I'm going to talk about how this project is live and it's hashing. I'm going to show you live updates and hash rate. Not happening. Okay, why? Because there's no power. Because just before we deployed, their ELC broke, and nobody can figure out why. The person who built the site has since deceased, left us to a better place, and nobody knows how to fix it. So there's no power, and now we have to consider alternatives, right? With no power, and also we didn't sign our contracts yet because we're dealing with 6-year-old lawyers who have never heard of the word Bitcoin, and now they need to figure out how do we structure a proper agreement around Bitcoin mining. Good luck. And I can't talk to us because obviously we're part of the conversation, right? So now we're considering alternative sites. We're talking to the farmers about their buddies because that same concept of a dump load has been used 50 times in different projects, right? There's several other projects where they use the same solution. And basically, wherever you see a dump load like the one that I showed you with the oven rods, right? Wherever that exists, Bitcoin mining makes sense. Because wherever they turn electricity into heat, it makes sense to make money instead and then turn it into heat. Right, so what are key learnings? Number one, close contracts before doing anything. We got very excited and we didn't have patience. Okay. And then make sure power is available. Have more patience before you do this, right? Because anything can happen. Also, I learned South Africa is a very beautiful country. The process. It's in the middle of nowhere. You travel a lot, you know. But at the end of the day, this is what the project really was about, right? Is to find those innovative solutions. And now, you know, bear in mind, we're talking about 12 machines. This is the smallest of projects, right? It's not big at all. Yet these machines make a lot of noise. There's a lot of dust. There's a lot of heat. There's a lot of traveling around. There's a lot of infrastructure to be built. A lot of, you know, taking sand out of the ground to build all of these cable channels for, right? You're dealing with internet infrastructure. You're putting up ladders, doing all of this stuff to power 12 machines, right? And now think, what does it mean to install 10,000 of these, right? It's a whole different ballgame. And again, I hope this showcased somewhat how physical Bitcoin mining really is and what it takes to power these machines. It's real people, it's energy, it's a lot of sweat, a lot of, you know, not so great food on South African farms. So it's a lot of sacrifice as well in order for you just to have machines running. And we're not even talking about keeping them. We're just talking about getting them there and setting them up and connecting them properly. So yeah, look, I talk about mining every week, the whole year. You can follow me on YouTube to learn how mining works more conceptually. I have really started doing expert interviews. Then realized my audience doesn't really follow when I talk about shares and strategy 2 and encryption, blah, blah, blah. So I try to break some of these concepts down in like 10-minute format. Yeah, that's me. I think I'm way almost 2 minutes. Go.
Yeah, the turbines.
Yeah.
Is there a turbine option for a flowing river? And like,
yes.
What's the QMX that you need? And then other side of it, the turbine option that you're using there requires a fall. Right?
Every turbine requires a fall.
Well, I mean, in a river,
yeah, fair enough. But they will even the smallest setup will have a minute drop.
And what kind of drop do you need?
It depends on the turbine. You can get very, very small turbines. I don't know. Have you ever seen these YouTube videos where they have like these right? Micro hydros where they just power a string of lights? You know, it goes from very small to very, very big.
But is there like a minimum for that kind of 300?
So if you want to power a Bitcoin miner, you need at least 3 kilowatts, 4 kilowatts. So yeah, it needs to have some size. But again, like this hydro that you saw there, you know,
what was the fall there?
Good question. I don't know. I think 5 meters or something. Yeah, from the intake down.
Is solar energy not a viable option?
It is. It is. If you structure it well enough, and if you make the right assumptions. I see a lot of people buying new generation miners, plugging them into solar, and never making their money back. But it's not the right approach because everybody thinks, okay, if I have low uptime throughout the year, now I need the most advanced miner, the most efficient one, so make as much money. But they cost significantly more, out of proportion more. So if you don't use used gear, then you will not be having financial only free. Yeah.
You're using used gear,
Yeah.
you don't actively cool them, and we're recycling them, so they have a lot of thermal stresses and there's dust.
Yeah.
So like, how do they not just die within a couple of months?
Because they're what's miners, they're not Bitmain machines,
Yeah.
basically. These machines are very reliable. What's miners, they're built like tanks. There is a funny story by Gridless where they had a container, somebody left the light on, and Kenyan bugs flew into the container. They dimmed out the lights, right? The thick swarm of bugs, they all sucked through the machines. They all got a notification on their phone, say, oh, efficiency is down by so at the same time. The point of the story is the machines were still running. And the next day they were sitting there with toothbrushes. And we do filter there. We try to keep the dust out as much as possible. That's probably the most. And then you need cleaning as well, right? I mean, there's going to be daily maintenance. There's daily somebody goes to the sites and opens the door, make sure there's no animals in there, whatever. But cleaning is part of that monthly process. Taking the fans off, dusting them off, and stuff like that. One more. No, that thing that you saw, unfortunately, I can't show it anymore. But that middle picture with that funky, that I call the funky contraption. Yeah. Nobody knows how it's designed because it's all analog. Nowadays, everything is digital. But somebody managed to build this thing in an analog fashion with nothing digital. But then somehow guide the electricity of where to go. Nobody really knows how to fix it. Yeah, that's the end of the story. If they don't have any energy today, and I hope next year I can come in and rectify this.
Have you ever saying boer maak 'n plan?
Ja, Engelsman maakt een maar weg.
I'm going to take a minute. And yeah, we're going to go into the 10 minutes talk, so we've got a 2-minute break quickly. So those who want to get to another workshop, now's your time. Do quickly, go fast. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell you after no one gave you my stuff.
That's
I give it back later.
Where did Jesse put up clicker? Yeah, I'm trying to download it. The video. But the slides are okay. Like that.
Yeah.
The presentation is going to come online now. Thank everybody for joining us. Blink the stage. It is just after 3 o'clock. Central Time. Blessing, are we running? Are we live?
Yeah, we are live.
And the presentation is start coming up. It gives me so much joy and pleasure to introduce my friend Tabile. It's a privilege to be able to be close to where he runs his circular economy in Gauteng, south of Southwest Township, right? Southwest of Southwest, west side of Southwest, west side of Johannesburg. Go there, you go Joburg, you go southwest, and then you go even more west, and then you find Motlakeng, Randfontein. You're all good to go. So Motlakeng, Randfontein, there are a bunch of people doing circulars there, driving community adoption from radio stations, people looking at radio stations, to schools, to just community efforts. And we can't wait to hear from Recipe and what's going on there. So just want to add together for Recipe.
My name is said, just a brief history of Randfontein. The word Randfontein just means right on thing. It was popular for mining gold. At one point, it was one of the highest producing towns of gold during the 1930s. What happened to the gold? Unfortunately, colonization happened. It is being confiscated by the government. Yes, so Bitcoin is a global circular economy that started after last year after attending the Bitcoin conference. It just we focus. So our initiative, we promote the Bitcoin circular economy. Our main focus is earning. Why earning? In Motlakeng, we have a very huge problem of unemployment. So we decided as Bitcoin circular economy that we want to give the people the opportunity to earn, because a lot of people, especially the youth, are not given the opportunities to earn, not only to earn but also to earn Bitcoin. So our project overview, we are trying to promote a circular economy by encouraging community engagement, whereby people are attending community events such as Bitcoin educational cohorts, Bitcoin meetups, and also Bitcoin movies. Why would we play Bitcoin movies? Because we try to expose the people that Bitcoin is not only our project in Motlakeng, it's also a global project for not only Bitcoin Sisonke doing the Bitcoin adoption. So when you attend our Bitcoin meetups, also when you participate in our educational programs, we reward you with satoshis. What do the local shops? Already in Motlakeng, we have several shops that are already accepting Bitcoin. What we try to do in Bitcoin Sisonke is also try to diversify the number of merchants, whereby we're not only targeting only specifically one type of merchants. We have food and vegetable stalls. We have also popcorn shops, and also I don't know if this is okay. We also have a dispensary that's also accepting Bitcoin because we have onboarded. Jabu can also attest. I'm a customer. So the reason, the tools that we use to onboard merchants is we use Lightning mostly. Why Lightning? Because Lightning is easy to use. We do not want to bombard them with huge information on-chain, the technical side of, because that's how you, once you mention the technical side of Bitcoin, you're gonna use them. So we rather give them tools that are easily operable, that are easily usable and easily controllable. So this is so in our Bitcoin circular economies, we have four merchants already. We have onboarded the person who owns an internet cafe, and we also have 20 active participant team members who are earning Bitcoin consistently, and also we try to teach them how to save in Bitcoin. So one of the key challenges, especially in the townships, is mostly of the shops are foreign owned. Unfortunately, foreign owned were Ethiopians, so language barrier might be a challenge because we need to explain it in their own language, and the language they are speaking is foreign to us. And also, another, we need technical support such as books, because not all of the youth are willing to come to our educational cohorts to sit in class and attend a 9-week course, such as the Prime. So we use different tools to educate people about Bitcoin. And also the sustainability, we need a steady source of Bitcoin, the inflow of Bitcoin for our members to keep on earning, and also to keep demonstrating the usage of Bitcoin. So in our team, as I've told you, we have 28 participating members. This is the team. They are all earning in Bitcoin. Not only they are only earning in Bitcoin, they spend their assets at the local networks. So, Blessing, I want to play the video of one of the missions we've onboarded. Is that possible? Yes. So this guy is Nkambi. He owns a fruit and veg stall in Mosakeni. He has been selling, he has been a merchant since 2008. He has been in South Africa. He's originally from Mozambique. So he came in Mosakeni in the 90s. So he's been selling, trying to earn income in South Africa. So he has been accepting Bitcoin for a year since we started the project. Please enjoy. So what is happening right now is this is his store. It's a store that is parked outside the street. He goes there every day selling his food and veggies. So he started accepting Bitcoin. So this video is for us to demonstrate that how Bitcoin can change lives. So as I said, Mr. Kalu has been selling since 2008. So we've been trying to help him grow his business and also trying to teach him more about business because he also has friends who also have businesses who keep on asking him, why do you accept Bitcoin all of a sudden? Because he's been selling for the past 20 years. So as a business himself, as a businessman himself, he's trying to also advise other businessmen to accept Bitcoin. So as Bitcoin Sisonke, he is one of the merchants that we spend Bitcoin at because he sells necessary food and because we also sell veggies whereby those are regular food that people eat. So I think thank you very much for listening to the session. Thank you. I'm still got time. We still got time. I want to ask you. So in what's again the area where you at and where you and some of the other circulars like Tami, right? Tami, Kiwi, because everyone's been doing. In terms of lifestyle, there are you guys living on a Bitcoin standard pretty much for most of your general groceries that kind of thing? Can you give an indication of where you guys can put it? Okay, so actually, in the second we have a PMP and we also have an engine. For money better, I can also spend my Bitcoin at PMP and also I can spend my money at the engine that the research engine garage. And also we have a small shopping center whereby there are a couple of restaurants such as KFC, Debonair. I can spend my Bitcoin using Bitcoin vouchers. So we can definitely live on a Bitcoin standard in our neighborhood. Yes.
Okay. I've seen people. I've seen the process of movement as well. But what I would like to ask you is, in 2 years' time, there's no funding, there's no more helping hand. how do you think you can make sure that Bitcoin society is still sustainable without any fight?
So what we're doing is to into skills development, especially in our team, whereby we can provide services to other businesses, whereby we can onboard businesses. Also, as me as a Bitcoiner, I've been helping few of the merchants with self-custody, whereby they have to move their Bitcoin from lightning and also to on-chain. Because a lot of merchants do not really have the knowledge. So mostly we do that, offer our services such as in our team, we have different skills, offensive, and we into Bitcoin mining, and also Tabi is into Bitcoin education, and also Amy is our communication liaison, whereby we communicate especially with the media on our neighborhood, because we also have a local radio station. So I think as we grow, the levels of skills will develop, so we can provide value to other businesses and other individuals. So I think
You can provide your services.
yes,
And instead.
and incentives.
Actually,
Yes. Yes. Question. Oh, one question. Okay. No problem. Thank you so very much.
It's great to see it. Also, shout out to Sweden for the edit, right? Because who did the edit? No, nobody does the edit because you've got 5 edits for it. See,
I failed to mention the production company. This year, they have doing the proof of video, the proof of work videos. They are the ones editing and shooting the videos. I was doing it last year, and so I decided to get more skilled and more better people to do the work, so I can pay them in Bitcoin. So the videos are not edited by me. Unfortunately, they are edited by a young fellows that would like just onboarded recently. Whereby they are helping us with proof of work videos.
and that's not only right. So the business person, the self-employed, typically self-employed category person who's got some skills and they can earn it. So basically, what these guys are all about is helping small businesses like that come to grips with, hey man, doesn't matter what we do, we can learn this way. We're not in video, like edit videos, help people sort out technical problems, that kind of thing. It's actually so happy to see. So cheers to you guys. Well done.
you ask him, Joe, if they do sell the merchants.
You sell the merch, no, you see, it's not the best That's it. All right, guys, we're just about ready to move to the next one. It's Mr. Nick Darlington, who's sitting here. He's going to come and have a chat with us about his journey around Bitcoin adoption and what he's experienced in South Africa, because some of us may have seen Nick's posts and some of his work where his work was quite prominent when Bitcoin started accepting. His work ended up traveling virally. Yes, you know, one or two posts, but yes, so he's part of that, and so it's going to be good to get him today. Nick Darlington. I think a blessing, we can just play a video and already showed that. Thank you. Over to you.
Hey guys, how's it going? How's everyone today?
Good.
Yeah, so my name's Nick, Nick Darlington. I'm a writer by trade, content creator, quite active on Twitter, and also the founder of Bitcoin Friendly SA, which is basically a platform. I like to call it a platform. I think it's more of a loose word that helps South Africans spend and accept Bitcoin with confidence. And so in essence, it's part directory. So if you run a business that accepts Bitcoin, you can list your business platform. And then I think what's quite close to my heart is writing about the content in the space. I've been covering quite a lot of it over the last year, from payment guides, like how to pay specifically a bootlegger, to the scan to pay merchants. So yeah, the content engine is, there's not really anyone really covering the spending aspect of it in South Africa. And so that's kind of my focus. But before I dive in, I just want to get the show of hands, besides buying your tickets, who here has spent Bitcoin before? Who here has made more than 5 transactions? More than 10? Okay, well, anyway, regardless of your answers, hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll be spending more Bitcoin, because I think that's, yeah, we'll get into that. Okay, so this is kind of my journey, digital gold to real world money. So I launched Bitcoin Friendly SA last year in May, and my main goal was to sort of track the merchants that were accepting it in South Africa, and then also write content around it. So specifically, like I mentioned, the guides, like how people pay specific merchants, how merchants themselves can accept the Bitcoin, and through kind of getting involved in the space, researching, documenting the merchants, speaking to industry players like Money Badger, that's really engulfed by what's happening, tracking how the payment space is evolving. I kind of went through the shift from seeing Bitcoin mainly as a store of value to being a store of value and a medium of exchange. And so this talk really shares my lessons that I learned along the way. And at the end, we'll explore a few ideas on how we can actually grow adoption in South Africa. Okay, so I think it's important to ground everything before we move ahead. And yes, you can absolutely pay with Bitcoin in South Africa. Obviously, for people who came into the space early, you know that you can pay Lightning to Lightning. At scale, in South Africa, payments are largely made possible through Money Badger partnering with traditional payment providers. So when we say Money Badger, they're basically like a payment gateway for Bitcoin. And when we talk about traditional payment providers, we're talking about guys like Scan to Pay. So when you go to Engine and ask to pay with Scan to Pay, they'll give you a QR code. So it's that QR code payment system. So Money Badger as part of them, it effectively unlocked payments across South Africa, like hundreds of thousands of stores. So Scan to Pay has like 700,000 stores, Zappa has like 30,000. And this means you can buy fuel at Engine, you can buy medicine and clicks, you can do shopping at Pick and Pay, buy coffee at Bootlegger, like the options are really endless. And how it works is Money Badger, for those who don't know, is basically a bridge between traditional payment rails and Bitcoin payment rails. So ordinarily, if you're scanning a regular Bitcoin, it's called it a Bitcoin Lightning invoice, just a Bitcoin QR code. If you're ordinarily scanning a Lightning wallet, you don't need a bridge, right? Because it's Bitcoin to Bitcoin. But with the regular QR codes that are in South Africa, a Lightning wallet can't scan that, and so Money Badger just converts that code into a format that Lightning wallet can read. And that's essentially how it works, and that is why we're able to pay at scale. And I guess because South Africa has been, you got Zappa, you got SnapScan, I think we're in a unique advantage to actually get mass adoption when it comes to Bitcoin. So how does this actually work in practice? So it's quite simple. Like you open the Money Badger app, you scan the QR code. Like even the parking tickets in Portsmouth, you can scan that with the Money Badger app and pay with Bitcoin. So for those of you who haven't done that, give it a shot. And then you just complete the payments in your linked Lightning wallet. So any Lightning wallet, right? This can be Layers, it can be Blink. But lots of these tools like Blink, Blitz, and Layers actually have this technology built in already. So you don't need a separate app. So you can literally just scan them directly, and you'll be able to scan, I'd say, about 90% of the codes. I typically prefer to use the Money Badger app because it's the most reliable payment flow. So if it doesn't work for whatever reason, you can just fall back into Money Badger. Okay, so we've got 2 videos. I just want to show you in practice for those who haven't seen it. So Luva paying with Bitcoin at Zappa store. Can we get that one up if possible? It's essentially what I've explained by opening the app. Did you click the? We tested it earlier and it worked. No. Did you click the top right? Remember that thing in the top right to open in the new tab? Literally great. Just give me a sec, guys. Always have a free demo.
So if you go there and you click on that, are you in the Are you in the presentation we did earlier? Yeah. The one that was in, because remember earlier, it was in the slide. Resume slideshow.
Okay, I think we're just going to leave the videos. But it's fine. It's the same payment flow. You basically, any QR code you got to scan it with the money manager thing, it opens the money manager app, it opens up your Lightning wallet, you can do payments in your Lightning wallet. So it's that principle. I just wanted to show you that obviously technical difficulties. Okay, so I think the important part for me is what did like spending Bitcoin and documenting Bitcoin payments teach me about Bitcoin payments specifically in South Africa? And I think this is actually applicable to Bitcoin as a whole. So firstly, Bitcoin is a store of value and a medium of exchange. And so I used to see Bitcoin as digital gold mainly. And so in 2017, I got involved. I bought some, I kept it, I didn't trade it. My whole point of it was to keep it for the long term. I know that's for some people remains, that's what they do, right? They hold it because it retains value well. But since building Bitcoin Friendly SA, I was kind of faced with this question, forced to ask the question, what is money? I came across the Bitcoin Standard book, I read it. And if you know what money is, it's basically three things in theory. It's a medium of exchange, so you can pay for it, goods and services. It's a store of value, like gold, it retains its value over time. And it's a unit of account, so things can be priced in it, right? You could argue that Bitcoin doesn't really meet the unit of account that well because of the volatility, but in theory it does. And so once I began to realize, cool, Bitcoin meets that criteria, I kind of explored, okay, what I got into the thought process of thinking about hard money. And so for me, the two keys that make Bitcoin superior money, and I'm going to try and explain this without being too technical, is just scarcity and decentralization. So those were the two aspects that stood out for me. Like I'm a coin collector, so for me, like a rare coin is valuable and scarce. So I think of Bitcoin in the same way. It's a scarce thing. There's only 21 million of them. It's scarce by design, which means as long as there's a high demand for it, over time the value should increase, right? And then decentralization. So it's run by a computer network. If you look at the current monetary system, monetary policy is controlled by the Reserve Bank. So that's in essence a single point of failure. But Bitcoin doesn't have that. There's no one who can change the rules, right? So that 21 million hard cap it cannot be changed. And I think once I clicked install that, I couldn't really unsee it. It's money, it's better money. So I kind of went from experimenting with payments to like spending it a lot more. And that might sound counterintuitive, but because why would you want to spend something that's digital gold? But my whole thesis and the way I think about it is the two can coexist and they should coexist as long as you can separate that in your mind and reduce the emotional cost of spending, which I'll come to shortly. Okay, so then the second thing I learned is at the till, we're still quite early, right? Very early. I think in Bitcoin circles, we often overestimate adoption because we're all talking about Bitcoin, we're excited about it, share it with our friends. But when you look at the numbers, you realize the payments aren't that widespread. So this comes from Money Manager directly. I read a tweet, that was back I said it went viral, it's about 10K views on Twitter, but he responded, I think it was Carl, on this, basically said, this was in October last year, we're currently doing 1.5 million rand a month in Bitcoin and non-Bitcoin transactions, right? Scan to pay processes that amount every hour, and Pick and Pay does twice that amount every hour. I spoke to Carl yesterday at the cocktail evening, he said those numbers are around 1.7, right? So when you look at it in that perspective, I think the spending narrative at least is actually just like we are literally, it's happening as we speak. So I think we've had the store of value narrative and I think that will change. That'll stay, but the spending narrative is actually going to start running now. But there is also growth, and I think obviously Pick and Pay is the biggest one. So of that 1.7 million, Pick and Pay probably has the majority of the spend, about 70 or 80%. Which I think regardless of where adoption is, I think every payment you make is an opportunity for education, whether it's as simple as letting people know you can pay with Bitcoin, at least that creates awareness. And then this one's this lesson I learned is closely tied to the So closely tied to the previous point, and the idea of invisible Bitcoin payments don't drive adoption. So what do I mean by visible payments? So because you can scan a QR code with a Bitcoin wallet, you can technically just ask the people that say, hey, can you give me the QR code? You don't have to mention the word Bitcoin, you can just scan it, right? I experienced this at Fred Oak. Well, I want to share a story with regard to my experience at using Fred Oak. So I went there to pay with Bitcoin. I said, can I pay with Bitcoin? The guy was a bit confused. He spoke to his colleagues, like, yeah, you can pay. So I completed the payments. He was like, oh, you're the first person to pay here. I was like, well, that's not true because I had been here before. But I realized that for him it probably was his first payment. And so payments are still infrequent. So I went ahead and shared that story in a sector group. And the guy also responded. These are Bitcoin groups part of it. He said, oh, no, that's also nonsense. I went there yesterday. I said, oh, did you say you can pay with Bitcoin? He said, no, I just scanned the QR code and left. I'm like, well, obviously, how's he going to know you paid with Bitcoin? Like, lots of these merchants still also settle in rands. So not all of them are, so most of them probably not settling in Bitcoin. So I think this also then creates the perception of zero demand, right? So if merchants then perceive zero demand, like why should they even care about this thing? So I think something as simple as literally saying, hey, can I pay with Bitcoin? Creating that visibility around it is part of changing the narrative. And this for me was probably the biggest one, and I think this is still a big one, is people are reluctant to spend in Bitcoin. Okay, and so I've identified 4 key areas. I'm sure there's others and that you can identify. So the biggest reason I'd say is the digital gold and hodl culture narrative. So why would you spend an asset that you can store value in and pass it down and start generate? Why would you spend it, right? Logically, your brain is telling you that it's the dumbest thing. Then you've got the hodl culture, which, for those who don't know, hodl means hold on for dear life. It originates from a 2013 meme where the guy misspelled the word holding, wrote hodling, and he was just referencing how he doesn't trade his Bitcoin, he holds it. I think those two narratives are closely linked. And when you have a culture that says you never sell your Bitcoin, you're stupid to sell your Bitcoin, you're going to end up like the pizza guy who's 10,000 Bitcoins. Right? You see how people don't spend it. Then you've also got the short-term volatility. So you saw yesterday, I don't know what the price is now. It's probably like 1.3 million. I don't know. I think it dropped 10%. So if I bought 10,000 rands worth of Bitcoin yesterday, today that Bitcoin would be worth 9,000, right? So obviously long term would appreciate, but short term, if you're thinking like that, especially if you think we're in a bear market, and the prices will keep going down, you're not gonna spend your Bitcoin, right? Or at least convert it from rands. And then also complicated tax returns. So by Bitcoin is currently classified as a financial asset, which means you either pay capital gains tax on it if you're holding it and selling it. So you hold it long term, you sell it, pay capital gains or capital loss on it. If you're trading it, you're a trader and you sell it frequently, you pay income tax on it. But yeah, so invariably by law, if you are spending, you need to declare each and every transaction, right? If you're using it by law, that's actually how. But I'll get to why I think the framework obviously needs to be updated, which kind of brings me on to the next point. How to drive adoption. Yeah, so I think this is by no means the only points. I think there are many other ways to drive adoption. You've got the circular economies, you've got Bitcoin meetups, you've got events like this that drive adoption, each play their own unique role. So these are my ideas based on my experience on the ground. I think you need to make it easy for people to get Bitcoin and fund their Lightning wallets. I think that's one of the big ones. That's one of the biggest questions I got on the ground is, no, because I often onboard people and they say, oh, how do I get more Bitcoin if you don't know about Bitcoin? I think maybe Lightning wallets need to have integrations. I believe Layers has this now. I saw it's there. You can literally in the app just buy more Bitcoin directly. Yeah. Making it visible in store, as simple as, like I said, saying, can I pay with Bitcoin? That's visibility. Merchants actually putting up Bitcoin accepted signs. I mean, Bootlegger, I think, has missed a massive opportunity. I know the guys have been with Bootlegger, Money Badger, and encouraged them to put up Bitcoin accepted signs, but they haven't done it right. So basic things like that make a massive difference. Also making visible online. You list on platforms like mine. You can get content written for platforms like Point Telegraph. And a checkout. Here, Checkout International. So Checkout International they use Peach payments, and then you can pay using the partnership between Peach Payments, which is the payment provider, and Money Badger, you can pay with Bitcoin. Here you can see clearly they have the Bitcoin preferred or Bitcoin accepted sign, so you know that you can pay with Bitcoin. And then also helping businesses actually lean in. So what I mean by that, I don't mean make Bitcoin your identity. Though some people, companies like, I mean, you've obviously heard of Steak and Shake in the States, they embrace Bitcoin, they have like a Bitcoin themed menu. Just showing them how to actually market, right? So putting those signs up, writing PR messages, writing social media posts where you target wallet holders, incentivizing spending by giving discounts. Like I know at the Wiggle Room, you can get 20% off if you pay with Bitcoin. Maybe even more. Yeah. But I still think that the biggest thing is this emotional cost of spending. Like people want that all this stuff doesn't matter if people don't want to do it anyway. So how do you reduce the emotional cost of spending, right? I think firstly we need to recognize that it's not all or nothing. You don't only have to store your value, you don't only spend it. It is money, which means you can spend and save Bitcoin, right? If you make that separation in your mind, so like I have my hardware wallet where I store it long term, and my spending wallet, which is like my layers wallet, whatever that. So if it drops by 10%, I'm prepared for that, and psychologically I'm like, cool, whatever, it's my spending wallet. Likewise, works both ways, right? The drops also increases, so yeah. And then also spend and replace is another. It's what people talk about a lot. Whenever you spend it, try and replace that amount of Bitcoin as quick as possible. And then I think this is more of a nudge to like tax policy. Maybe the people who are high up in the space see a money badge that, I mean, I'm sure they're speaking to the guys, but if Bitcoin is being used as money, it's not, I'm not holding it long term, but I'm using it as spending, right? You should in theory, when you spend your rands, you don't have to declare each and every transaction, right? Because it's money. So if I'm spending my Bitcoin, why in theory should I declare it? So I think the tax framework should catch up. I know in Australia, it is treated as an untaxed personal use asset you can spend. So you can actually spend it and it will not be taxed. So if the policy updates to reflect that, reduce the complicated tax returns, people wouldn't feel friction in actually wanting to spend Bitcoin, and I think it would actually help drive adoption. And then also, I think this is just the final one. Like, so I'm sure lots of Bitcoiners do this too. You end up speaking with people, and you orange people, but this was in response to the post. The guy was basically saying that Bitcoin needs like a cultural moment, and you're not going to educate people by talking to them about technical things. You mentioned it earlier, like hash functions. Like no one even cares. Like I've done some reading on hash functions, and I have a basic understanding. Generally, no one cares. And so I think a good starting point is to show how Bitcoin works by just getting them to download a wallet, sending them some Bitcoin, showing them how to pay. And I mean, I had this experience at Engine, and look, not everyone will be curious, so you got to pick your battles. But this guy was genuinely curious, and so we had a conversation about it, and I was trying to explain to him what it is. And in essence, how I explain it, I think it's in a good way for South Africans, is to explain it as chummy to chummy cash. It's friend to friend money, peer to peer money. And so, yeah, in that moment, we had quite a cool conversation. We came back later, I had to go to a meeting, and I got him to download the wallet, and I sent him some Bitcoin. So I think adoption happens in those moments with your family, your friends. And then, yeah, I think this is kind of the essence of it, and I want to leave you with this. I'm sure many of you already know this, but Bitcoin is money, and what that means is that you can spend it and you can save it. The medium of exchange and store of value narratives are not mutually exclusive. They can and should coexist. But I would encourage you, like, if you think it is money, in practice it is money, right? But if you're not going to spend it, then it remains a theoretical thing. And if we want it to succeed, I would argue that spending it needs to be part of the puzzle. Anyway, that's kind of what I learned.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. Thank you for having your lessons and learnings. Anybody have a question for Nick? We've got a couple of minutes, but this is the time to step out, go to the next talk, that kind of thing. Yes, sir.
What's happening with snaps?
Nothing. So actually, Snap's going through a period where they accepted Bitcoin. Snap's is owned by Standard Bank, so I'm assuming they disabled it because they're a bank. But it's been disabled. I don't know what's happening. It's you can't scan Snap scan code as confessed. I could for reperiod. We could for reperiod.
There was another question at the back there.
I recognize your face. John, you speaking next.
Okay. Just an idea that I thought your list of ways of driving Bitcoin adoption was very good.
Yeah.
I think also one is just whenever you pay anywhere, just ask people and say like, do you take Bitcoin? Do you take Bitcoin? Do you take Bitcoin? And there's lots of us in the country, and every single time you mention this, like the idea gets drilled into your head.
100%. And that's how the whole thing. You can do it without saying Bitcoin. I guess that's the problem. You still need to be more aware of it because that drives awareness. 100%.
In your experience, talking to merchants who accept Bitcoin, do you know what do they generally do? They keep the Bitcoin as treasury and don't change, or they change it immediately.
You talking about the businesses?
The merchants, yes.
Yeah. So I know Butters, Pizza, for instance, they settle. But most merchants right now, I think most merchants they settle in rands. I'd say probably 90% of them. I stand to be correct to that. But
So once you do the integrations,
money
measurements, or
so this is the thing. So I've been to Clicks because Clicks accepts Bitcoin via scanning to pay. But so if you go into a store, often the integrations happen without the staff being informed. So you walk in and ask, can I pay with Bitcoin? And they'll be like, no, you can't. I've had to get back and forth to support. So this is where we're at. It's kind of like a merging of two worlds. Money that has made this possible. But I think for this adoption to grow, it needs to merge like that. I don't think you're going to fiat and all this whole existing monetary system is not going to disappear. So I think it's an important way to actually bring two worlds together.
it's a very strange, we're in a strange time right now because if I go to One Piece, Spur, Shell, Engine, where I refuel and so on, I use scan to pay. So as a Bitcoiner, I can live Bitcoin standard my side. I don't even need the merchant to be fully cognizant of what's going on. I don't even need to spend the time to even orange pull the attendant who's assisting with the matter going on. All they need to be able to do is give me a QR code. And interestingly enough, this is becoming quite the norm. Like integrating a QR code payment into all of our point of sale is common, right? And it's a very short leap from having a QR payment that cannot settle Bitcoin and one that does. And that's essentially what guys like Zapper have done in Moneybag and Corridon, is they're helping these people do that. And that's how you switch something on the point of sale. So as this grows, people will naturally then get to a point where they say, wait a minute, I'm spending Bitcoin, but we can also just take it direct. So
you can decide like you can take Bitcoin or you can decide on a split. You can do 50% fiat. So if the business has immediate cash needs and they want to store maybe the Bitcoin and whatever, they store a portion of it and then the other 60% they use. And in an ideal world, you have a circular economy where everyone's spending it and it doesn't matter.
It's complex because of taxes as well, especially your business and your liquidity.
The tax framework, if I'm spending as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even going to declare that.
If you're a business and you accept Bitcoin and keep it in your treasury, it must be very complicated.
There's a lot of interesting things. There's a lot of nuance in tax that your typical small business doesn't understand. But currently in South Africa, there's no reason you can't put Bitcoin on your balance sheet as a business.
Well, did you see the talk this morning? They want to start mining Bitcoin here with the Eskom wants to mine Bitcoin.
We'll see how not explained in the US, but actually have to make that decision to accept Bitcoin outside the world.
Yeah. No, that's why I was curious, like what they were doing. Because there are other concerns for a small business. But
the thing is, I mean, you saw numbers. Most people don't think.
Yeah, it's another way of.
Yeah, so I think like in the next 5 to 10 years, this could potentially either kind of happen or it could take off. I think it's going to take off. Yeah, which is what I think.
Thanks, Jake.
Okay. You're all welcome to stay. Okay, up next we have Martin on stage. He's going to talk to us about the importance of running your own Bitcoin. No, you're currently writing a book about it as well on the subject, so maybe share with us your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Right, so thanks for having me. Adopting Bitcoin. So in my mind, I immediately went to Nick touched upon it as well. The payment rails for that right there present as well. So whereas you focus more on the adoption side of things and getting people to use it, I think I know Bitcoin nodes are an integral piece of the network. We need them, more of them. So yeah, that's what I'll be talking about today. I come from this as a Bitcoiner, having learned all of this along the way. I dove into the rabbit hole some 5 years ago. Started learning, and I've kept on learning. Right, you go deeper, deeper. So these are my learnings. Happy to share them. So let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the basics. And again, Nick touched upon this, but I think we complement each other well here. What is money? So just to get a basic understanding of why Bitcoin is that important, right? So the difference between currency and money is basically right there, right? The store of value. So yes, we've got the medium of exchange. It should be portable, it should be durable, it should last across time, right? It should be easily divisible, and it should be fungible. Any gold coin or any rand should be the same as the other one. But then additionally, we've got the store of value as well, which, and I think we can all decide that our current rand or euro or wherever you're from, that's not it, right? It's a terrible store of value. The purchase power decreases by the, well, let's put it here, it's not a store of value. So, fiat currencies, the rands in your bank accounts, these statements are all true, right? First off, it's not money. Second, it's not there. And third, they're not yours. Allow me to explain. So, it's not money because it's not a store of value. Government never sticks to their budget, right? So deficit spending, keep creating more debt, keep creating more money, so your purchasing power decreases. It's not there because of fractional reserve banking. The moment you deposit something into your bank account, banks can loan out 90% of it. I think I say more. And the third one, they're not yours. The minute you deposit in the fine print, you agree to your money, to handing over your money, and you become a creditor. So if something happens to the bank, you're a creditor. You can get in line. You won't be the first to get back if something happens. And inevitably, it does. An example, an extreme example, I'll grant you, but close by, this is what happens when governments, some governments, most governments take control of the money. So, what makes Bitcoin superior money? It's the second public financial network. Public meaning it's accessible to everybody, right? The first one being cash, which has its limitations. You have to be near each other to be able to transact. Bitcoin obviously solves that. You can send and receive value globally. You can, Bitcoin will separate money and the state. A biggie, very important one. There is no counterparty risk if you do it right. Right? If you if you keep your Bitcoin in cold storage, counterparty risk, it's censorship resistant. You can send it to everybody, and there's nobody that can stop it. More and more frequently, that's exactly what banks are doing. Right? They can just block your payments. The scarcity of it is unprintable, and it's got a cap of 21 million. Proof of work. So the proof of work, the work that needs to be done in order to get the Bitcoin reward, keeps everybody honest. And finally, it's rules without rulers, a first. So the centralized network, something like the banking network, right? You've got a centralized database, which means that someone or an entity has control over it. Block your payments, for example, or they can just lock you out of the banking system. A decentralized network is you've got all the separate nodes, and each of them does exactly the same work, and there is not one in charge. Bitcoin network, a distributed ledger technology, if you will. So, on a high level, how does it work? You've got your Bitcoin transaction, right? You select your fee, you sign it by the wallet, and you send it out. The nodes, if it's a valid transaction, we'll get into more detail on that. They will distribute it, they will receive it, they'll validate it, and then they'll send it if it is a valid transaction, and then miners will add that transaction to the block template. The miner that wins the proof of work contest, the lucky one gets to create the new block, and that new block again is validated by the nodes. And then as soon as the nodes say, as soon as there's enough agreement on yes, this is indeed a valid block, it sticks to the rules we'll get to, then that new block will be distributed and added to the blockchain. Looking at this in a slightly different way. So right in the center, the nodes share the new blocks and transactions with each other. So they gossip it all to each other throughout the network, right? All doing the exact same work over and over again. Good to keep in mind, there is no single blockchain. Your node, each and every node will have their own copy of the blockchain, right? A full copy, making it very difficult to kill, which is why they call Bitcoin the cockroach. Kill one, another will replace it, and it will just be conflict. This is one of the reasons why. So the nodes, they feed the miners these pending transactions from the mempool. We'll get to that one as well. And the miners produce the new blocks and feed them to the nodes. They validate them, then if rinse repeat. So, what is a node? A node is basically a software that connects to the Bitcoin peer-to-peer network. We're running on any device, standalone device, you can have a laptop, doesn't matter. The requirements for that aren't that high. I'll get into that in a bit. It receives, transmits, and validates new transactions and blocks according to the consensus. And these consensus rules, this rule set, that's the beating heart of Bitcoin. These are the rules that everybody has to adhere to. If you deviate from this, there is no way that your block is getting added to the blockchain, right? It will not get validated. The consensus needs to be reached on all of these separate rules in order for your block to be successfully published and for the miner to receive the considerable reward. There's a lot at stake financially, so they will want to make sure that yes, we are sticking to those rules. So what are those rules? We check for correct signatures, right? We check if the new block correctly builds on the previous block, so the entire blockchain is built up of hashes and everything gets checked accordingly so that you can only build on top of the correct blockchain. How much proof of work is required to produce a block? What is the block size limit? All of these things are there in Bitcoin. You shouldn't be able to spend it twice, right? All of those things are checked to maintain the integrity of the blockchain and every block that we add on top of it. So the consensus rules, that's the one part of it, one part of the equation. Second part, the mempool policies. So the mempool, short for memory pool, again, like the blockchain itself, there is no single centralized mempool. Each and every node running has its own mempool. Right? It's essentially a waiting room for unconfirmed transactions. So your policies are configurable. You can configure those on your node itself, and you determine what rules are applied to the transactions that you choose to relay. So, or not. Choose to not relay certain transactions. So, in a couple of examples, the minimum fee rate for a transaction fee relayed, you can configure that. Whether or not to relay non-stop standard transactions. And there's a very heated debate going on about the last one, the op return. So do you want to be able to, do you want to allow for arbitrary data to be added to your Bitcoin transaction, right? So there's two different software implementations that you can choose from. We'll get to that in a bit, but the main thing is about that discussion. Are we allowing arbitrary data into the blockchain or not? And it can have quite some consequences, because if you add more data, obviously the size of the blockchain will grow as well, making it less accessible for people to run a node in the future. All right, here we get to the reasons. Why would you want to run your own node? First off, privacy. To me personally, the big one. So when you open up your wallet, you don't have it linked to your own node. What you're doing is you're asking a random public node to give you the balances of all your Bitcoin addresses. So you expose your IP address, which can be used to identify you, and you give out all your current and future Bitcoin addresses, right? Because it needs to know what are all those balances. You can aggregate them and then it can show you the balance in your wallet. But again, you are sharing that information. Something to consider. Because it could be used against you. You don't know who's running that node. Anyone can run it. It could be a surveillance company, it could be the government. Having your own node just means you've got your own trustless copy of the blockchain for verification. Trustless, if you don't trust, you can verify. It's the whole thing. Reason one. Reason two. Verifying payments. So whenever you receive Bitcoin in the wallet that's linked to your node, you can in fact verify that the Bitcoin you're receiving is real. Right? Again, you don't have to trust, you verify yourself. Third, defending the Bitcoin protocol. I just touched on it already in the debate that's currently going on. If you've got your own node, you do have a say in any network changes, any potential changes that come up. So how do you vote? You don't upgrade to the most recent version. So a couple of examples here. Maybe I'm aging myself, but the block size was a number of years ago. There was quite a big, there were two camps. Should we or should we not increase the block size limit, right? Eventually, the group that wanted to increase the block size, they spun up their own software. It was hard fork included. So that resulted in a separate blockchain, and everybody that didn't agree with that stayed on the one chain that we still have today, right? So they branched off, became Bitcoin Cash, whatever. Yeah, and that's basically no one means that not a lot of people use that anymore. But if you've got your own node, you vote because you say, I'll just keep the software running that I feel is the best way to go for the network. And again, the discussion of the spam, right? Arbitrary data in the transactions. Do we want it? Do we see Bitcoin as purely money? Or should people also be able to add arbitrary data, like a picture of a pizza or whatever, if they're willing to pay the slightly higher fees? I'm a firm believer of keeping Bitcoin as money, pure and simple, but there are people that feel otherwise, and that's what this discussion is about. Food for thought. Fourth reason, securing the network, right? So more nodes running equals faster transactions, faster block propagation, right? Resulting in a faster and more resilient network. I'll show the numbers in a bit. Curious as to your thoughts. How many do you think are running in this country? Get to that. And remember, in order to kill Bitcoin, every single copy of the blockchain has to be destroyed, right? So the nodes that that's from happening. What nodes there are, it is for Bitcoin. Yeah, thank you. And fifth, and for me personally, very satisfying as well, understanding Bitcoin. So the moment I started running my own node, I started running into all sorts of questions, and it really inspired me. It forced me to dive even deeper into the rabbit hole. You know, I wanted to get the answers. First, I got the node up and running, but then I wanted a further understanding of, okay, how do I want to configure it? How do I get my node running for me so that I feel so that it suits my needs most. Right? I feel that I'm contributing. And when you do understand, when you get that understanding, you can help spread the gospel. Actually, like I'm doing now. I'm very enthusiastic about it, and I want to spread the good news. So the homework. Okay, the homework. If you want to run a node, there's basically two implementations, right? There's the reference implementation, Bitcoin Core, and that has been the I say gold standard, but that's been the Bitcoin standard for the longest time. But recently, there's been many debates about whether or not they're actively listening to the community, to their users. So there's been a growing number of people that have switched to NOTs, which shares for 95% the same code base, but they've added some other changes on top. Basically, if you work on a high level, the difference is Bitcoin NOTs allows the user for more configurability. It gives you more control over your mempool policies, like what do you want to filter out? Do you want to filter spam, for example? Right? That gives you the option. In Bitcoin Core, that does not give you the option anymore. You have to allow for every transaction to be published, which is something I personally don't want to do. So that's why I decided to start running notes. Great educational channels on YouTube. So Bitcoin University is great. I gotta give a shout out to a local guy. I just went walking around there. I hope to get a handshake. Southern Bitcoin, he helped me out a lot as well. Very clever guy. So there's plenty of information out there. Also reach out to me, I'm sorry if you want. Costs. So again, the hardware itself is not, it shouldn't set you back too much. If you've got an old laptop or PC lying around, that should suffice. The thing that's going to set you back the most is SSD storage. You do absolutely need SSD storage because otherwise you will run into syncing errors, right? Because of the amount of data, you will run into problems. And 2 terabytes will be recommended to improve it. It's now around, it's a little below 1 terabyte, the entire blockchain. So 2 terabytes would be great. If that's an issue, you could run a node, which basically says you've got the full data up until a certain point, and then it starts, then it only keeps the hashing once. The downside is you don't have the entire blockchain. The energy, so nowhere near miner levels, right? But it is a computer. If you want to switch it on, if you want to keep it running, it's best to keep it running for 24/7, right? It will require, same as the other laptop that you've got plugged in, and internet bandwidth. You can put a cap on that, or you can throw it wide open and share with everybody that asks. Right? So the numbers. All right, here we go. So this is a screenshot that I took earlier this week. So divided per country, right? So you've got South Africa there, now 27. It fluctuates, but there's between 38 and 40 nodes. I'm keeping an eye on it. Reachable Bitcoin nodes that are available here, which is a bit shocking, right? Yeah, you would expect more, no?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's so call to action as well. I think we can do better. I think we can do a lot more, right? We can. And because again, I hope I've inspired some of you here today to start running. But the sinking times do take a while. In Europe, where I did mine in Europe in Amsterdam, it took a little over a day. Here it can take up to 2 weeks. My son was waiting for the last 10% for over a week. So if that happens to you, it's normal, but that is because there's, we need to reach out to a lot of other nodes that are geographically much further away. You had a question?
No, a little funny. There's more nodes. What are the ones that go over Tor?
You're right there. Yes, the tall ones you don't see.
So there's more.
There, correct.
Yes, but the implementation of the purpose is nice.
Yes.
I came across it. I know the answer doesn't affect the network, but how does it? Because obviously you got two implementations of software, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need a consensus to change the rules.
Yes.
So how does that affect the running of the Bitcoin network? Because they're banned that that's
a good question. Because the changes that they're making in core are not changes to the consensus rules.
Okay.
That's their mempool policy changes. So those can deviate, but as long as all the blocks that are validated, transactions are validated, as long as they all stick to the same consensus rules,
no issues. If you have 50 different implementations of Bitcoin software,
you could, yes. As soon as you start and you introduce a new consensus rule, let's say, for example, we take the 21 billion cap off, 50 billion, right? As soon as you, exactly, yes. Terrible guy. As soon as you do that, that means a hard fork, right? Because you have to make a decision with your software.
Increasing the block size makes it. What's the negative? What are the negatives of increasing block size?
Well, yes,
they go from 10 megabytes to 50 megabytes.
Again, it's part of that same discussion as well, right? You blow up the size of the blockchain itself. So as soon if that keeps growing, it affects the scalability and it affects the ability for people to be able to run a node themselves. So because it will just become too much of an investment. Like 2 terabyte storage is a really quite an investment, right? Yeah. So that would be one of the big things.
Martin, thank you very much. That was actually super informative. Does anybody else have any more questions? Yes, please, share.
In the language program, and it used to be that you needed 8 gigs, and now 16 at that bit. Because the UTX also becomes so big.
Size
issues. Actually not recommended to use lower than 16. You'll run into issues.
So I mean, to the next point, I think that's also part of the issue is that you're going to end up needing more hardware.
Yes.
And it's more expensive, and then it's like, is it going to grow faster than what the hardware prices are coming down? Because soon you're going to need 4 terabytes for people. No, there's no profit in mining. No profit in noding. For example, my internet connection on the farm 3G one and so on, it would take me 35 days. That's full run thanks to Grok figuring out for me how much it's going to take on my 10 meg box satellite. It's complete bullshit. So things like that become an increasing challenge. And if you're looking to try and put together a node together super economically consciously for like circular economy or something like that, you need 2 terabytes here and 16 gigs around there. And what are you going to put it on?
You're running it's a separate computer. You would run the mining dedicated computer. Yeah. You can't use your personal computer.
So this is why I started learning. But this is why things like Start9 and Umbrel exist, right? Because it's full home server. So it gives you other things. You can run VPNs in your backups, and so it gives you, but you're a different person with that going for yourself, right?
buy it in a box, put it in, stick it in, and you've got your own VPN and backup stuff. So it's like start 9 is
So just on that point, I was just like to Elmer, I tried to run a node on my Raspberry Pi for like 3 years, 4 years, bang my heading school, never got to work. Never got to work. It's about a start 9, plugged in, 8 hours, things, done.
Yeah, with start 9 now, the main reason for using a start 9 is to actually keep it running 247, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. So to actually, instead of a start 9, can you just use a dedicated server or
Yeah, good. Yes. You good? Everybody good? All right.
Martin, thanks for your That's 10 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, if anybody needs to run out or that kind of thing. We've got a fireside chat with Ricky and Anna from Morogoro. Next. That's going to be the last session here for the day.
Yeah, I think that. Forget it. Fine. Because I'm not going to have
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much. And I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If we are a government system that says we are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.
Yeah. Hey, how's it everyone? So we have a nice relaxed fireside chat here, and no fire, although it does feel like there's a fire down your feet. And we're going to chat about puzzle hobby and the escrow services, and how you do it in a decentralized and honest way. And then we'll open the floor to questions towards the end. We're really going to get some Q&A going. So I'd like to welcome Anna from Ottawa, all the way from Latvia. And so thank you. And I think we'll kick off first. If you could just give a high-level overview of like what is peer-to-peer service versus like a centralized trading platform.
Hello everyone, thank you for the nice introduction. My name is Anna, I'm the CEO of Paddle. Essentially what we're doing is a solution for peer-to-peer trading and lending that allows people to do this with each other in a non-custodial way, remaining in the possession of their own funds for the whole duration of the trade. And answering your question, in my opinion, the difference between the centralized exchange, like any regular centralized exchange you would think of, and a peer-to-peer platform like ours, is that centralized exchange involves centralized liquidity this is the first issue that I see with that, which is a target for attacks and all other associated risks. Whereas with HODL, for example, for each trade or each lending contract, we generate a unique multi-sig escrow where the balance for the trading or lending contract sits safely with you remaining in control of the keys to that escrow for the whole duration of the trading or lending. So yeah, we eliminate the risk of centralized liquidity rules. We don't require any personal information, which eliminates the risks of data breaches, data losses, and all the regularly issues associated with that. And if you guys know Bitcoin, that you'll be buying on Binance or Kraken would immediately be tied to your identity, to the verified account you've been using, which is easily traceable on the transparent Bitcoin blockchain. So with HODL, you don't have to go through neither the first issue nor the second one. And also we eliminate the risk of having the middle party because you deal directly with the other person, which completely excludes the middleman in the process. And as we all know, third parties are security holes.
Okay, great. So my second question is, and it kind of follows on to what you've just been saying, but if you could summarize just why do you think peer-to-peer is important? Because it's a lot, on paper, it's a lot easier and simpler to go through a centralized service like that. Scales better, at least upfront. But there's obviously a bunch of trade-offs that people aren't really aware of. And so maybe if you want to speak a bit more about like why peer-to-peer is so important.
So if we go back to Bitcoin's white paper, peer-to-peer is how Bitcoin was initially supposed to be used, and we're still supposed to try and use it as peer-to-peer as possible, although you're right, it involves several complications, make the processes longer and more complicated, and there's a human factor involved in those cases, so it creates like several issues, but I believe peer-to-peer is the core of everything we have behind Bitcoin, and particularly here in Africa, seeing all these grassroots movements, all these little circular economies. Basically, what they're doing is peer-to-peer. That's just maybe not as advanced and developed, although like I'm actually here to learn from the tools people here are using. My whole team is here. We're gathering the feedback, collecting the information what works here, what doesn't, and we were super curious, super interested to learn about the tools people are using here for peer-to-peer trades. For example, Ricky shared with me the story of his own peer-to-peer, I don't know what to call it, not a platform, but a peer-to-peer group where people been exchanging Bitcoin in a peer-to-peer fashion for many years already successfully. It's completely reputational based. But what we are trying to bring to the market is a technological solution that allows for extra layer of security. And again, we're not here to fix or replace what people are using here. We're here to offer different kind of solutions, advanced tools, and maybe help people benefit from what we're offering because we've seen this working in other regions. We've seen this working in different economies. Yeah, and I don't know, I think Eric is also quite capable of answering why peer-to-peer is really important in Africa and how is the peer-to-peer scope here in Africa. I would like to hear from you if you have something to add to that.
Yeah, so there's a few people in this room here on our peer-to-peer group. And essentially how it functions is it's basically a signal group, you know? People are on the signal group and you have to talk to you guys. All the cameras are pointing at me. So, sorry, someone's trying to phone me. It's weird. It's there. Yes, it's there. Pause. Yeah, so we have this group, and essentially how it functions is people just say, I have a trade, I want to post a trade, I want to buy or sell, and then someone responds to them via DM, says, cool, I'll take a trade. And then they sort it out between themselves. Right? That relies on trust, and that means that to get into the group, you need to be added by someone that can verify that you're not a scammer. Because as soon as there's one scammer in the group or one Fed in the group, right, doesn't work. The group has to be deleted, started from scratch. So that obviously doesn't scale, and it requires like a very high level of trust. So that works fine in the really micro scale, up to, let's say, max 100 people. That probably works. But anywhere past that, that stops working. So I'm actually of the opinion that like small peer-to-peer groups, simplicity is key. So when it's just you and your local community, you and 25 people you all know personally, that's the best and most efficient way to do it, is on a signal group. Don't use Telegram. It's a scam hole. But that's the where you can just coordinate between yourselves. There's no problem with that. But that doesn't scale. And so this is where the next level comes in of like, right now you need access to greater liquidity. Let's say you want to buy a larger amount of Bitcoin, that liquidity isn't available in your group, you need to go and find it elsewhere. So presently what people have is they've got to go to a centralized exchange. And that's a terrible trade-off. Like that's just most Bitcoiners shouldn't let Bitcoiners buy their Bitcoin on the exchange. Like it's a bad idea. So the critical feature that's missing here is an escrow-like service. And so this is obviously what Huddle does. And so I've got a question for you about this, like how do you scale a service like this? Because we've obviously run into our own issues trying to scale our own group. There's a limit to it. You have the escrow, so you can scale it in theory, but in practice, like how do you go about scaling? Because liquidity is really important. We've seen a lot of people locally who have tried all the different platforms, Vexel, Huddle, well, actually not Huddle yet, but Vexel, local Bitcoins that are still here, RoboSats, etc. But often the liquidity is not there. So then they just revert back to the group, the single group. So the question I have is like, how do you ensure there's buyers and sellers group, right? That's the critical factor.
Great question, and this is exactly the reason why we're here, because we figure out that being on the ground, having your feet actually in the door, talking to people, educating them about your product, talking to local brokers, OTC traders, is the key to building liquidity, because essentially you don't need many traders. It's not like you need 1,000 traders to create the liquidity here in South Africa. 10 sufficient professional good traders are enough to cover the liquidity needs. The problem is that each expansion in each region is very region specific, and what worked for Latin America for us, for example, might not work here, and this is why we're here, learning from the people, talking to them, seeing what collaborations we can build, what benefits we can offer to them, payouts, again, collaboration. That's the thing that's been in common in the most cases. For us, that was education. We've always been, since the day one with Huddle, we've been investing in education, educating people about Bitcoin, our product, self-custody, all the associated perks. And this is how we started actually the first Bitcoin conference back in the days, back in 2017. We started the Baltic Honey Badger conference in the Riga, Latvia by our team, the team behind Huddle. We've been supporting several educational initiatives since then. We've been writing our own educational content. We've been supporting other educators, and this has always been working. And the regions we've been actively penetrating with that are our strongest regions at that moment. It's just that it happened like that we've primarily in the first days of the project, we focused on Spanish-speaking regions and Latin America. That's why it's our strongest region right now. But we see it working. We see similar problems in the global south, and we want to expand the usage of our product in the regions where we see the need for it.
So just a question on the market maker side as well. So the way I understand it, if someone's going to sell, typically it's people looking for Bitcoin liquidity, right? They want to buy Bitcoin. That's the issue that we see the most. Like there's plenty of buyers, there's not a lot of sellers. And then when price is low, when the buyers want to be buying, the sellers don't want to be selling. So you end up with this illiquid situation. And the other thing is that if there's a market maker that's providing this liquidity, they need to go and top up their Bitcoin liquidity again somehow. And so how are they doing that? In my opinion, if they're going and buying on a centralized exchange, and then selling on a decentralized exchange, they are screwing themselves over so hard. Their future self is not going to be happy with themselves because you're just creating a terrible situation for yourself. But the liquidity should be coming organically from people that are earning Bitcoin and then selling the Bitcoin so they can get to pay their bills. But how do you scale that part, right? Like, how do you find those people that are earning Bitcoin and bring them to the platform? Because by default, those people are going to be quite private about it. This is the tricky part, right?
I guess we're starting from the inside out because this is how our company operates. We've been Bitcoin only since day one, meaning all our employees get paid in Bitcoin, they live off Bitcoin, and they exchange their salaries through our platform. Yeah, we've been collaborating with several companies who do the same. We're trying to build relationships with circular economies who function the same way. But again, the question of scaling, it's just actually being there, building relationships with companies, people, economies, educational initiatives. And this is what we're actively focusing on right now. And going back to your question about, not even probably a statement, about those liquidity makers who buy Bitcoin on centralized exchanges. Unfortunately, I believe this is what many people are doing because even in Africa, it's a big arbitrage scheme because people are willing to pay premium buying Bitcoin on peer-to-peer non-custodial anonymous exchanges. You're okay with paying like 3% above the market price, obviously for the anonymity, for all the perks. But yeah, some people unfortunately sacrifice their personal data, but this is how they're making money at this point, and it works. And probably in the future, it's not going to be an ideal scenario for them. But those are the risks.
Yes, I've got 2 points on that. So we should actually be thanking these people. They're the selfless heroes who are providing the liquidity into the peer-to-peer market, sacrificing the future self. So thank you to you guys. Maybe they don't realize it, but they are heroes. And then the second thing that's amazing is that you guys actually, your staff members, you bootstrapped the network by having your staff members be the liquidity providers by paying them in Bitcoin. That's absolutely brilliant. Very smart. And I really like the idea of incorporating circular economies because they're getting paid in Bitcoin, right? So they themselves can be market makers. It's very empowering. Okay, cool. So next question I've got is you touched on the multi-sig aspect of it. Could you just go into a bit more detail, keep it high level of like the functional elements within the HODL platform? So you've got the multi-sig, like how do you do order matching? You know, how do people buy and satisfying each other? Is there a community? How do you solve disputes if the dispute arises, etc., etc.?
So HODL is not an exchange in your traditional understanding of things. It's more of a marketplace and order book. You go to the website and you have two tabs. You can easily switch between the buy and sell Bitcoin tab, where you'll see the offerings from the live offerings from the users, from users who are creating those offers depending on their demands and needs, offers to buy or sell Bitcoin again. With their price conditions, with everything. You can scroll through the order book, you can filter it according to like your preferred currency, your preferred payment method. It will automatically be filtered according to your IP address for your convenience. And then you would pick an offer that works for your criteria and engage in a contract with that person. But first of all, you look at the reputation. We strongly suggest every user to look at the reputation of another user because reputation is the strongest security feature that we have as a peer-to-peer market. It's basically your proof of work that shows how many successful contracts you've completed, what reviews other users have left about you, about your interactions. And then once you've accepted the offer from other person, HODL will automatically generate a unique multi-sig with the keys distributed among the buyer, the seller, and the platform. So it's 2 out of 3 multi-sig escrow, meaning that every time you would need to release Bitcoin out of it, you will be asked to use 2 signatures to complete that transaction. And normally that would be the signature of the buyer and the seller. So if everything goes wrong, it's just the buyer and the seller co-signing the transaction and it smoothly goes out of the escrow. HODL has the third key for the reason of disputes. In case of disputes arise or something, any intervention is needed. We're here, our team, live people is there to provide support to resolve dispute, and we have our own dispute resolution system proven by years of us being in the market, 8 years of us like using the same system. Yeah, and in that case, we would use the third key of ours for signing the transaction with the winning party, and the money will go out of the escrow to the wallet of the party who won the dispute.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. On the multi-sig aspect, so do you spin up a new multi-sig with new keys every single time for every single contract? So a user can't use their own hardware wallet, for example, as their own key, or because if you're trading often, because now you end up having to record that key every single time. You got to write down your and then dispose of it. So is that how it works presently?
Yeah, this is how it works. Also, Hodl is a retail solution. We don't expect like high volume trades or OTC trades in there. And the also, we have the lending platform within Hodl as well that operates the similar way that Hodl does. But it's also a retail lending platform. So extra security layers like that are just not necessary and create more complications. Although with other products of ours, like institutional lending products, we use hardware wallets and exactly what you're talking about for extra security layers because higher like volumes of Bitcoin are involved and obviously higher security levels are needed.
Sorry, I asked my question poorly. What I mean is, are you able, as a Hodl user, are you able to provide your own key or your own XPub to your own key as one key in the forum for the multi-sig? Or do you have to, in other words, can you bring your own private key? Or do you always have to use the private key created by Hodl?
Sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yeah, it's a key generated every time by us, but on your side of the browser. So it's encrypted, it's not visible to us, but it will be automatically generated. The prompt will be sent by us, so it will technically be generated by us.
Okay, cool, got you. Okay, let's fast forward into the future. Emperor Trump controls half of the galaxy. And Dark Biden the other half. How does Hodl survive in an extremely adversarial environment where you have regulators coming after platforms like this because they want to push everyone to a centralized exchange because then they can monitor everything, they can tax everything, they can keep the roots on the neck of humanity?
I would start by saying we'll see what the future brings because you can always prepare, but the most harmful situations always come unexpected. So with 8 years in the business, I've learned that there's no reason to run behind the car, in front of the car and being expected to be hit by that car. So, but at this point, what we're doing, we're essentially just eliminating the risks on our side, putting all the responsibility on our user, and by responsibility, primarily, I mean the custody of the funds. Because being a non-custodial platform, hence not a money transmitter, removes 99% of the risk from our shoulders. But again, self-custody is a big responsibility. It's a big responsibility for our users. They need to understand and know how to use what.
Can Hodl function in an environment where the government actively goes after Hodl as an entity? Like, is the code able to function by itself? Are people able to run their own instance? Like, can it continue without Hodl as the company behind it?
In theory, yes, and some of our code is open sourced. Not all of it, but obviously, life ever puts us in the position where we have to open source it. We won't be greedy about it. Another perk of it is that we don't have an app. We don't have neither a web app nor a mobile app, meaning that nobody can technically shut down, remove the app from the app store, shut down the app. You can like still be able to run it. And with our lending solution, we even have the doomsday software that allows you to still extract the collateral from the escrow if the platform for some reason goes down. You just run the piece of code on your machine and access the basic escrow the same way you can access it through our platform, but without a pretty interface.
Yeah, I think the reason why I asked the question is because the biggest risk to the state is people peer-to-peer trading with each other. Like that's really where most power lies for individuals. And so that's why I think we're going to start seeing, like they came after Samurai, they're going to start coming after peer-to-peer platforms because that's literally where the biggest weakness for the state lies. And so I guess we have to kind of plan for this future. Like we've already seen some dystopian moves being made in the case of Samurai, Tornado Cash, etc. Yeah, I mean, do you have any final thoughts on that point?
Obviously, it's always good to consider your risks and having a good legal team, being aware of what's going on and constantly monitoring the regulations and understanding what you're doing and not just boldly going for it is the advice I would give any company that's trying to do something in our space. Because at the end of the day, we're all here for the idea. We're anarchists and we believe in A and B and C, but it's not going to be helpful behind the bars, right? So we all want to be here in the same room, building together, sharing ideas. So let's make sure we keep proper attitude.
All right. Anna, thank you so much. This has been illuminating. If you could just leave us with some final thoughts of how people can onboard with Huddle, start, set themselves up, start using it, and how do we get liquidity in locally so that we can start benefiting from it.
Absolutely. So we're having a booth downstairs. We're around today, tomorrow. If you have any ideas, if you have any feedback, if you know the local liquidity providers, if you could be anyhow helpful or you think we can be helpful, please come up to us, chat to us. We would love to have a conversation with anyone interested. Onboarding on Huddle is the easiest thing on us. All you need to create an account is a valid email address, and password, and two-factor authentication app, and you can start using Huddle straight away. Yeah, please come up to us. We're here looking for partnerships, looking for liquidity providers. Thank you so much, Ricky.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, going to open the floor for questions. Joe, if I can give you the mic to do that, I have to shoot over some of the presentation I got to give on that side. So thank you very much, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Stop being in demand. Thanks, organized. Thanks, Ricky. Thanks for putting that letter on that. Who's got questions for Anna?
Yeah, thank you very much. Some of the mechanics of how it's working, I assume once a deal is made, and say I'm the buyer, I make the fiat electronic funds transfer first, and then the seller, then once they're happy, then they will release the address up above the.
Yeah, that's correct. Basically, when you create an offer, when the offer is created, there's a thing called payment window that you are defining that time for that. And it's the amount of time that you would assume this particular method you're using for your contract would take to arrive. If, for example, you're doing a bank wire, you would expect it to be in your account in 3 days, right? So you would account for that when creating an offer, you would put that time frame. So in that case, when the payment's been made and the buyer marks the contract as paid, you'll still have 3 days you'll still have time. It's not like the contract will automatically get canceled, even if it runs out of time. But still, it's good to be aware of that. 3 days to safely receive your payment, and only once your payment is in your bank account, you would confirm the receipt. You'll be asked several times if you're sure you actually have the money on your account, and it's not like somebody provided a payslip to you in the contract chat that you are supposed to blindly trust because you're done. Yeah, and once you actually have the money, only then you press the button confirming that you received the payment, which automatically, with the use of your payment password, that's the encryption of your receipt, releases the transaction from escrow to your wallet.
And so, second part of the question, if I'm the seller, do I have to reveal my identity to the person that's now going to send an electronic funds transfer to me from a bunch? Is it sufficient just to give them my account number at a bank or something?
You can use whatever works for that particular payment method you're using. I don't know, for example, Revolut or other online payment systems. Sometimes you can use just a QR code, just a nickname, just a link. There's a link like payment requesting, payment sending that doesn't specify any information about you. You can use a phone number for some bank, it works. You can provide any kind of information that works for the payment wire.
Yeah, maybe I don't know how commercial banks work. If when they of the account, or is their number just
They need an account number and name for an EFT.
It depends. It depends on the bank. It depends on the wire type. But yes.
We're showing up the names validated against the party to take on. But I mean, they know it's not so bad.
So it's more to keep your identity from the buyer.
Anyhow, we always recommend users to do a prior research on the payment methods they're willing to use because obviously some payment methods are riskier than others. For example, we have PayPal enabled as a payment method, but we never recommend users actually using it because you know all the reverse schemes and stuff that happens with PayPal. People do it at their own risk.
I was just wondering, the second when you said it's sufficient when there are 10 liquidity providers or so, actually, how much of the data are then these liquidity?
Absolutely, but you have to understand that most of them would probably be, if they're like big liquidity providers like that, they would be regulated OTC desks. We also have those on the platform. And some of them might even require personal information because they're regulated funds, for example, but they would clearly identify that and be offered a description and follow the platform guidances on that. Yeah.
Anyone else with the last question before we step out the door? You got one at the back there.
Are these transactions on chain or support any level 2s?
So right now, at the moment, Hodl only works on chain. Actually, we were the first peer-to-peer platform to enable Lightning back in 2019. But due to the custodial nature of Lightning itself, we had to remove it several years later, and we've been exploring the ways how we can get Lightning back on the platform for years until we discovered Arcade. And this year, we're actively working on integrating Arcade for our non-custodial escrow model that would allow us to do Lightning liquid swaps. Basically, that's a gateway for layers 2 for us.
And that's it. Cool.
So if your private key is stored in the browser, does that mean my username, password, and 3FA unlocks that private key in the multi-sig?
No, because a payment password is a completely separate thing. So in order to create an account, you only need an account password and a username, like an email address. But then when you already have an account and before you are engaging in a contract. So as I said, every time Hodl generates a unique multi-sig escrow. And when this multi-sig escrow is generated, this payment password is being created and used. So it's a completely separate thing that's
For each trade.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. I think just as a last word, you make lots of mention of how you structure handling disputes, and you've got a very strong legal team to help you figure out all these things, because in many of these situations, how you go about it and how you set it up is quite important so that you run into fewer problems down the line. And we all understand the legal framework as far as property and possessions go. Possession is 9/10 of the law, right? And then that's where Bitcoin in self-custody is 10/10, fully and done. Can you speak a little bit to how your legal team approaches ensuring, making sure that all that's there, and roughly a timeline if you think you'll be able to get Lightning in a way that it passes your standards for self-custodial and, yeah.
Regarding the Lightning question, I would like to say 2 weeks, but my technical team is right there, so I don't think they will agree. We're actively working on it, and probably in the next few quarters we already have something to present. Regarding the dispute resolution system, there's not much I can publicly share because obviously this is not a policy you would disclose because scammers are smart and they always find get arounds about everything you would put on publicly. But I must assure you that we have a system that's been tested for years, and again we've been operational. Hodl trading platform has been operational for more than 8 years already, and the percentage of the disputes comparing to the regular trades is really, really low, between 1% and 2% normally. So, yeah.
That's a positive number. What a great way to end this fireside. Thanks to Ricky and thanks to Anna for making the time. Thanks to all of you for being here. Please go to this website, some of your time. Thanks, everybody. See you all tomorrow.
This is a bit crazy. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go down the way it did. It was way more intimate.
Awe-inspiring. I think you come with a preconceived idea. You think you're just talking particularly about Bitcoin as a tool, but then you get to see the incredible impact of what Bitcoin's doing just in South Africa and Africa at large, and that's been incredibly inspiring. I've learned so much, and I've realized the grassroots movement is not only just incredibly important, but is growing and flourishing.
Bitcoin is the way to go. If you are a government system that says you are tired of corruption, Bitcoin is the way to go.
The people on stage are pretty much highlights of the people who are here.
Many ethnicities, many religions, doesn't matter. Bitcoin is what brings us together because we believe that by fixing the money, we can fix the world or make it at least significantly better.
If you want grassroots adoption, if you want ground level adoption, you've got to start from the ground, and this is where we are starting. We are starting from ground level. And this to me captures the essence and the spirit of adopting Bitcoin and the reason why I'm here.
And integrated what is happening on the ground, what is the proof of work, what has happened within the last year, 3 years from these different institutions and people.
And if Bitcoin can genuinely bring real hope and real value to people who are trying to build a store of value, well, it'll be transformative.